everyone. It's about that time. That time being 5 minutes since we started stream. This is the 4th day we've been doing Genshin Impact in a week. And I know it's a lot. And I appreciate you guys sticking around for it. But we have 2 things to do before we can do the event, which I do want to stream as well. So I think we should just buckle up and be ready for what's to come. So without further ado, I think we should just get into the game, honestly. Let's not waste time. We're going to be doing the intermission quest, which happens between every region. This one's after Sumeru before Fontaine. Fontaine hasn't come out, so we just have this to do. And then we have to do Alhatham's story quest. So we'll just see how that goes, I guess. Someone remind me to log in on the website before too long. Journal. We should go look at our journals. It's confused. The Interlude is what it's called. Inversion of Genesis. Yeah. It's a funky name. Let's head over. And this time we're gonna actually teleport instead of walking there. I don't know why Sumeru is built like this. It's very annoying.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay. That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma! Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Still, let's go listen in.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tatara Suna mystery is all about.
We did. I think there should only be one act in this, so we shouldn't have to worry too hard. What's up? Why is discrepancy always inevitable at a point of calculation? What are you calculating? Before I answer your question, let me ask you one. What do you think Teyvat is like? You don't have to respond, just think. I have a revolutionary idea. If Teyvat was round, that would explain a lot of things. Why are there currents in oceans? Why would the sun and moon alternate rising? Why would there be changes in temperature? He's debating if... Okay, I see you. All that could be explained with a round Earth theory. Yeah, okay. So what's the discrepancy? There's the rub. My theory is perfect, but the calculation of land surface doesn't bear that out. Damn it. I shouldn't have ditched math classes in school. It's all Vikram's fault. Why blame him? That's because he asked me to skip classes with him. Whenever there was a class he found boring, he would grab me and have coffee in the downtown area. But that guy did surprisingly well in all the foundation courses. I suspect that he dragged me out of classes on purpose while he studied by himself at night. As time passed so quickly, I didn't expect him to be the candidate for the next Grand Conservator now. I hope he gets elected so that I can go around telling everyone I skipped classes with the Grand Conservator back in the day. You take your dubs where you can. What's up, buddy? Round
I guess I'll
Tabat
go
theory.
with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Oh, really? Looking for me?
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
If you don't believe me, I'll go.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
What's the evidence?
Sawada,
Me?
for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Sorry,
You
I can't-
what?
Whoa! Leek, hi. Thank you. Thank you for the redeem. You scared me. Sorry, I can't help this time.
My
That's
teacher
just your
chose
thing,
this
huh?
area of
You come in,
research
you
as
startle
a
me, and then you
personal
fuck off.
challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought
Pretty
that,
much. It's
eh?
fine. How
If
you
you
doing?
don't mind, I'd
I'm so
love
glad
to show
you're
you
here.
all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest
I'm doing
essay
okay.
draft.
How you doing? Just fine.
Let me
My
give you some
morning was a lot
background.
more productive
This
than
all
yesterday's.
started with the
I
discovery
actually
of some
showered and I
records in
ate before
Tatarasuna.
stream, so
The
I'm feeling
writings
pretty good.
mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
I'm
But
not
in
paying
the end,
attention.
he
I
threw
don't
it
care
into a
about
fire to
backstory.
destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the sword maker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention
Yeah, Leek, you
a
take your
kabuki-mono.
dubs where you can.
This seems to be an Inazuman
I have work
word
tomorrow,
for an
so that
eccentric
sucks,
stranger.
but
Someone
really
who
wanna get close
dresses
to that
funny
event
or
that's
acts in an
coming up,
unusual
so.
way.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabuki Mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace.
Yeah,
And
work.
shortly
Yeah, I know.
afterwards,
I only work
as
at.
Akaba
I don't work
mentioned,
until 9
things got pretty
tomorrow,
ugly.
as opposed to 8.
So
So
first
that's
the
gonna be
strange
really
person
nice.
goes missing.
But
Then a murder
what kind of work?
happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
I like this guy's voice actor. I like the
This part's
passion.
important. I
Funny.
just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Could it be?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
I'm friends with one of them.
The swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan,
I
the
know that
last
name.
practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
plan.
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
There's more?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your
They're so
minds,
excited
ladies and
about
gents,
this.
for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
Wait, there's more, literally! The Shogun's puppet that the Electro Archon made should be ruling in Azuma. The Kabuki Mono has to be the balladeer, but what was he doing 400 years ago in Tarasuna?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Glare at Paimon and hope she keeps her mouth shut.
No! Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
Yeah.
I agree.
Definitely
It does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about.
I
Please
just keep
take a
thinking
look.
about how Sino told Paimon to shut up, quite literally. Oh! Fuck. Hold on. I just ate something. Give me a moment. The Isle of Darkling Clouds. A man arrived in Tatarasuna around 3 in the afternoon. From afar he spied laborers walking along the mountain roads towards the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people convinced that so long as they reached the fires raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood
1
half a
hour
head
later.
taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Damn, get your reading glasses, literally. Thank you for the redeem. But also, how dare you? Do my eyes deceive me? Sir Miyazaki, I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps in their journey, expression relaxed. Why, Tatsuragi, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the fastest sea routes. What danger could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? Thank you so much. How dare you do that to me? I feel like that's just our relationship at this point. There was some, naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the pass end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now, the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher of an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there had been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Tatsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. This watcher was Niwa, armory officer and administrator of Tarasuna. Born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art, Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received was a result of his high standing with those in power. As a result of his high standing with those in power, served as a statement unto itself. Blah. This is a lot of reading. Hold on.
1 hour later.
This is a lot of reading. There's 3 excerpts. It's a lot of that. It seems the rest of the work remains unfinished from the existing text, however. It is apparent that this is a novel of fantastical, colorful sensibilities, born from the imagination well utilized. You get the picture.
Oh, and please
I might have
my
read that
essay
all if I
draft
was
as
on my
well.
own, but this is... We gotta... No! A brief analysis of possible events of historical importance in the Tatarasuna area. Just let me skip to the end. I'm so tired. Okay, it has yet to be numbered. Glossary. Tatsuna Raiden Gokuden. Yep, Cup. Yep, this paper. Yeah, okay. Using the arts they inherited from the Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. Yeah, body. Yeah, I believe you. On all of this, I believe you. It seems very scientific and very logical. Hold on, I do want to read this one. Background unknown. From the many sources I've compiled combined with Rumi's personal observations, this character might have been a puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kabuki Mono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tarasuna by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kabuki Mono first arrived in Tarasuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, and the work of meticulous nature. Yes, the record state. I believe that the Kabuki Mono was indeed the aforementioned puppet and that he's quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. Seems that the rest of the paper remains unfinished. A lot of work, a lot of thought was put into this. I see, indeed. Gasp. Don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me.
was encouraging me to follow
I'm
his
reading,
more
okay?
creative approach, but
I want the
think
lore.
essays
I
should
just
be
don't want to
grounded
read
in
the lore.
facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawana's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Essay to essay. Yeah, sounds more like a novel. Has this guy ever written an essay before?
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
I'll leave you to it.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
Typically, yeah.
If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Oh, shit. What's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
There he is!
The balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Come on. We're going. It was Sacramento, yeah. Yeah, that's who it was. Away I go. There's Nahida. And there's the bitch!
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah, it's him!
There's the bitch!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free.
We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
The traveler does not trust.
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Ask for your
Don't
opinion.
you dare try to drive a wedge between us.
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle.
The doctor
He's no longer
from
strong
Dead
enough
by
to be a
Daylight.
strategic threat to
Yeah,
us.
that's who.
That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human
Oh,
relationships
so
are
Nahida
this
called
way.
him a loser.
Certainly all
That's
the stable
funny.
ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are going to reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously. Nahida, don't listen to him.
Nahida, don't listen to
Then
us.
let's put that discussion to the side for now.
I think
We
you
still
should
have
let him.
time. Today can
I
be
think
a
it'd be
trial
funny.
run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good.
I like his funny little hat,
Go
though.
now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me? Yeah, so you
Yes.
have another playable
As I told
character.
you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
forgot.
yeah. Actually, that's the whole
The very
reason we came to
important
see
plot
you today.
point.
So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that
No
the
reason or
Fatui had
anything.
not
Oh.
included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into
He
him!
literally tried to kill
I
us.
understand.
He literally
But
punched me with a
sometimes
Gundam.
everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all.
Another
Our
player
minds have
character.
connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection.
Same brain.
In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Thanks, Paimon 2.0. Be nice to Nahida. Got it. I'm glad to be able to help.
Great, thank you. Prepare yourself.
Not all short people with white hair, Paimon.
You into Irminsul.
She doesn't float.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
She could do anything. Yeah, you're right, I guess.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards, but right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous.
Yeah.
I need to be quite clear about something.
Success.
In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information.
Girls got jokes,
You must
apparently.
put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through.
Oh, I should
I know there are many
probably
grievances
should have a
between
different
you
team.
on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine.
Hi,
Let's go
Tiana!
cruise.
Hi! Oh my gosh,
Now
welcome
until this
in!
mission's over.
How's your day been?
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
So you think my eyes are pretty?
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections,
He's been alive
I
a bit
suggest
longer
we
than
get
us, to
going.
be honest. Well, I
or
don't know
did you
how
need some
the
time to
travelers
mentally
practice
prepare
it.
yourselves?
Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
There's no need for all the biting sarcasm. Focus on doing your job.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating
That hype.
connection procedure.
Is
Paimon's
this a
funny.
small sapling?
Ooh, we're going.
Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. side of Irminsul.
It's different than what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
The
Irminsul is
Matrix. It's
closely
the
intertwined with the
Matrix.
entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Because he's smug about it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so, say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Ugh. They're making me walk. Which is fine. I get to watch his funny little hat
sapling things have
curtains.
spread out.
Those are all packets of information from
Oh
inside
no, they're
Irminsul.
making you walk.
Be
It's
careful
fine. I
not to
get to
touch
see his
them.
little hat. It's really nice. I like watching his hat. I just think it's neat.
You what?
Thank
It
you
looks
for
the
the
same in
redeem.
every direction.
Look at him go.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
Jeez, who'd have thought?
Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
Oh, we're here.
We're here.
What a huge tree!
This is the center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must
How
be
many
the same.
times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Thank you for the redeem, Tiana. He hasn't put up any resistance and he seems to be working on the front line. First Akiba and Sawada's story, now this. What a strange individual.
The rest
Thank
is
you
up
for
to
the
you.
redeem, Tiana, sorry.
If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
What about all that time we spent in
Traveler,
solitary confinement?
Would you like to talk?
Nahida, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
Paimon's part of the brain discord.
What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Fair.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is it about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
That's me. Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia at Party CI. You relate what you saw in Balladier's mind while in Party's DI.
So, you made contact with
He's
that
one of
part
those
his mind.
Sunders. Yeah.
Well, it's true.
I'd believe it.
Betrayal turned the
But like an
Balladeer into the
aggressive one,
person
you
he
know?
is today.
Like there's subtle ones.
Huh.
This one's a little more
I thought
aggressive.
nothing could
Bit
get
more
under
extreme.
that guy's skin. Turns out he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatara Suna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatara Suna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Tell Nahida about the story Akaba and Sawada were writing.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
This looks like the tree in the
So I guess
Avatar
they got
movie.
it right?
You mean the one with the blue people or the one with the
They
elements?
guessed right about one thing. Tatara Suna was sabotaged.
I see
Must be a
Tiana's a
riveting
fan.
conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Get over yourself.
What makes you think?
Yeah, the blue people. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's been a while
Don't
since I
insult
looked,
me.
but yeah.
You're having a private
You're right.
conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So I am number one according to... Yeah, you're one of the
have you
first people
found
to
anything
subscribe
yet?
to me.
Still looking.
That's what that means.
Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Tiana?
Shh. Just wait.
Did you just have a revelation?
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
That name. Niwa's the name in charge at Tarasuna.
Whoa!
Causing the hole in which I came. Hey, whoa, you come back.
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and
Just
indeed everyone else.
like-
Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant
This
village.
guy's different.
People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this
Why does he
trade
look
looks
like
to
he's
find
from
their purpose
Fontaine?
between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, Were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is
Escher,
this
that
really the
doesn't-
truth?
I don't know who
My
that is.
good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate.
I see.
And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm
was a
just
little
surprised
ominous.
that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Told you, I
Why,
told you it's
Mr.
from
Niwa,
Fontaine.
are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat?
Sneaks away.
Sadly,
this
I
is
am
literally
so
this
very
is
attached to my craft.
It's a lot
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
This is a little
Drop
fruity.
the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just
Nick.
waiting for the right moment.
Sorry, mental illness. Oh,
A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
okay.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for.
Oh
I
shit!
thought
Yeah,
I
no
disguised
shit.
myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh,
That's,
but you're quite
that's the
wrong.
opposite of
There
kissing.
is one other person.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a
Wrong
heart.
K word.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all
They
this?
have. They've gotten a lot better. This
Why go
is
to all this trouble?
actually intriguing.
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true
Bro,
identity.
that's Wesker.
I'm a
They keep
Fatui
giving all the
harbinger.
evil people
Call
nice
me
voices.
The Doctor.
No! Ah!
The
That's
Fatui?
why he was familiar.
Who?
Because he's the
What do you want?
Motherfucker.
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
It's like,
That's it. That's why you gave us your cursed
Unleash
technology?
evil over space.
Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil
If they had
spirits
just
when
like
they
a
are
little
filled
bit of
with hate.
swears, make
So
it
give
really
in to your
realistic.
fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
Godspeed on the voice acting.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
Oh,
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you,
He's fucking
I shall
dead.
redefine myself.
I prefer if he
Think of
didn't.
me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity.
His name is Escher, similar to Wesker. You guys are mental about that. I hate him, though. I will
Jester,
commit
I have completed
crimes
the task
against
you
him.
gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore, Dottore!
Oh, this is not. Oh, buddy.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
Afraid so. He was the one behind the Tatarasuna incident.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
The betrayal was a lie that he believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Let's go over there.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident.
I will say they're
So,
putting more
the doctor
cutscenes than
was
gameplay in
behind
these
it,
quests.
but
Yeah, Sumeru's been
why has that gotten him
pretty
so
heavy
worked up?
on the cutscenes.
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the kabuki mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it has protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
History of Tatarasuna.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
By the way, guys, I looked it up. And the guy who voices the doctor, he's Mike Wingen. And he voices Po from Kung Fu Panda. whenever Jack Black doesn't.
Shall we see how he's doing?
So, you know. As a heads up.
Hey.
That was his
you-
most consistent role throughout everything.
That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We don't want... We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
Gotta be kidding me. He goes from Poe to
That's
the
why we're
doctor.
here.
I know. Right, it's fucking crazy.
But unfortunately, there's no information
I'm
about
kind
the
of
descenders in
curious to look
Irminsul.
it up.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet.
That's so funny. I'm so glad.
You look really upset.
I love it when voice actors are other things.
Well,
I don't know
since
if
Irminsul
I've
was a
told you
dead end,
specifically, but I
I
bring
guess
it
I
up
can
a
share
lot.
some other info
The
that
voice
might
actor of
interest you.
Zhang Li also voices Vector the Gator from the Sonic
The
series.
reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with
Which I
Conria.
just think is funny.
Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world. Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The jester
It
told
blew,
me this
it
himself.
blew my mind too.
You
It's
can
so
take his
crazy
word on
to
this.
even think about.
He was a royal mage in Conria and lived with your brother for a time.
Yeah, because we'll be like this side character NBC voiced the tomato in Veggie Tales. It's true. The Jester, another Fatui Harbinger. Why?
I don't know the details. It's
true,
up to
though. I
you
will
whether
do
you
that.
want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Uh-oh.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long.
You can trust a man in a
I
fancy
shared a
hat, can
secret
you?
with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
This is a little romantic. Just a touch.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me? I still don't trust the Monopoly guy.
I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Wait, that look. Did he see me hesitate? But that was because I know about Greater Lord Ruka Devata. Uh-oh, I think...
So long.
Whoop.
I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
I will never know what I think.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Balladeer, stop!
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
Ugh, he just fucking disappeared.
From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared.
I know
Come on,
about
we
the
gotta
great
find
Lord
him
Hakuna
somehow.
Matata, it's true. Oh, guys, as a heads up, the Balladeer, the voice actor for the Balladeer, also voiced Good Luck Bear in Care Bears Unlock the Magic.
Oh no, he's really good.
Just so you know.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida.
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
You tell Nahida everything that happened.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault.
Why are all the
Please,
voice
let me
actors coming
handle
from
this from
cute kids
here.
shows? All of
Even
them,
though
almost
I'm
all
not
of
sure
them
I
are
can
also
solve it.
in
We're running
One
out of
Punch,
time.
not One Punch Man,
Follow my
One
lead and
Piece.
get out of Irminsul as
One
soon
Piece
as
and
possible.
Naruto. Those have a lot of Genshin voice actors as well. But One Piece or One Punch Man also does, just so you know. Nahida looks cool? Yeah, she does. Ah, of course. Voice actors, it's a rite of passage to go through one of those
And
animes,
we're
you know.
at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
No, I want to help you. Isn't there anything we can do?
I'm sorry.
Emotional
This isn't
damage!
something we need your
Thank
help
you for
with.
the redeem leak.
Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances,
You did
it
get
won't
me.
lead
Yes,
to a
thank
disaster.
you.
Please rest and recover your strength
I
here
don't know
until
why
I
that
say
one
it's
always
safe.
gets me.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer
Surprise,
meant?
motherfucker!
And why did he suddenly
That
grab
one
onto
did
you
not get me,
before?
but thank you for the redeem, Tiana. Paimon doesn't remember Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, and the Balladeer's question was a strange one. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might disturb Paimon. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata for now and focus on the Balladeer. It
wants
really
to
is our
change the
relationship with these
past?
jump scares, yeah.
But surely that's impossible.
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right. You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life.
Love you, though.
like,
I love you too. Thank you. I appreciate
imagine
you.
Paimon drank
I
all the
appreciate
water
you
in
doing
this
what you
inn.
do.
Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history.
Oh.
Whoa! Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry.
Thank you for the
Paimon
redeem. I have
accidentally-
my water here. Big sip, just for you.
It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress. But
Thank you for the redeem.
erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Not necessarily, but maybe. I'm just guessing here.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed. The Balladeer does erase himself from Irmin's soul. Many people in Inazuma will be affected. I can't imagine what that situation would look like. Worst case scenario, it'll affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden Gokuden. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Will this mean that they'll disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me either.
So, how about
It's been mostly dialogue. No, yeah, it has
list all our
been.
favorite foods to take our
That's what
mind
happens
off
when you
things?
do main story. Or
That
this isn't
doesn't
even
work.
main story.
Paimon's probably
It's
gonna
exposition
collapse
is
of
what it
anxiety
is.
here. All right, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake. And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and
How about? Yeah, literally, I'll just cook you something. Special. Wait, hold on. Paimon? What's wrong?
What do we...
Kingdom Hearts is just Final Fantasy, the Disney
Paimon's
anime.
supposed to be doing
Yeah.
just now?
No, yeah.
Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You were getting so worried about the situation with the Balladeer that you started listing foods.
The Balladeer?
Oh, he did it.
Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
Oh, this isn't comfy. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer? That must mean he actually pulled it off? But how did he have that ability? This doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me. Now I understand why he's a playable character.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now's not the time to explain. Let's get over there first. Jesus, okay. He actually, okay. This is distressing. Let's head over to Inazuma. Let's actually head in from Gakuo Plains. I think that's good. Oh, Bokuo Plains is what it's called, I think. Byaku Plains. I was wrong on both accounts. While we're here, actually. I do need more nets. Let me buy your nets. So I can catch things. Back to the story. Aminoma Togo. Don't you hate when you're being gaslit into thinking people don't exist?
We made it to Aminoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Raiden Gokuden, could you tell me that story one more time?
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Aminoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
I was, yes.
Oh, yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now.
Main man Kazuha,
I learned
yeah.
a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind their decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Legend of the Raiden Gokuden has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. It looks like the balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Good. So he still exists. He's the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem to be as bad as I feared it last night. That's all. Thank you very
My
much.
pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon.
Leek,
On to the
that's
next
a
step.
team.
Lead the way, traveler. Paimon
Which
will
is
be
true to
right
any
behind
team, but
you.
I don't really understand composition well, so I assume it's really good. You've got two attractive people, and that's all that matters. Three, actually, but two are tall women, and that's what matters. Sorry, there's a really long exposition. You know my type. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. We'll take you up on that offer. Exactly, Leek. Exactly, Leek, I know. Can we take a walk in the courtyard? It's
If
raining.
it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations
Shenna's
on the
the only tall
Commissioner's
person you like?
behalf. As for the
What
Commissioner
about Rosaria?
himself,
She's so pretty.
well,
and she's got
you
fishnets. How
know,
can you say no to
busy
fishnets?
as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Ayato is still the Ashura Commissioner. Ayaka is still the Lady of the House. No changes there. As far as I can see, nothing's changed in the Ashura Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it still is a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are still safe and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now. Many thanks. Sorry, there's like 3 in my
You're
list of tall
very
ladies in Genshin.
welcome.
Give me your
In
list.
fact, I would
Now.
love nothing
Hand 'em
more
over.
than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend.
Hand 'em over and let me
she's
steal it.
always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
I'm flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the Commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The Commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home, but given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma is a much better chef than most.
After that, and
Oh, the
Shenhe,
commissioner is so
Sorry,
fond of
that's a good
home
list.
comforts. They get to
That's a good
talking
list.
about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear
I
old
know.
friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always
I love
get
tall
a
women.
mention.
So right for
It's
that.
been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you. The people of the Kamisato clan are very dear to me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great.
Paimon.
Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Ideally.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
To Tarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Indeed.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Bro, it's literally nighttime.
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
We don't get to meet any of them. It's so sad. Tarasuna. Actually, no. Replace Kujisawa with Raiden A. Oh, I see. I see. Good choice, by the way. What's up, random person?
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something?
Yes,
Or
yes.
someone?
Booba.
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the traveler and Paimon?
Oh yeah, it's this guy.
Xavier? What are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
There,
We
that's
have some
me.
questions and thought you might be able to help.
That was funny. Do you know much about Tarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of the area?
Like the back of my hand.
I mean,
Make no mistake, I have been
sus.
here a
It's
good
little
many times
sus.
before. Not only that, but I've met
The
people
view
in
looks
Inazuma whose
nice.
families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago.
Oh,
They said it's all true.
mental.
The
I love
history
it.
here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation, goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then, too.
Yeah.
They say he was a mechanic who consulted
I
on
know,
a
all about
technology
him.
upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Mechanic, huh? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
Weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Not,
Me
but-
neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
Thank you for
What
the
brought
work
this on?
week. I
Did you just
appreciate
wake
it.
up today with a sudden burning
Have
desire
fun
for
with what you need to
historical
get
knowledge?
doing. Pretty much. So can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you encountered a kabuki mono connected to Tatarasuna? Ooh,
A
thank you for the
kabuki
posture check.
mono?
Yeah, I was definitely. I need that.
No, I can't say that I have.
Big
I do know
stretch.
the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet,
Thank
actually.
you for the redeem as well.
But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor
I
have I come
promise.
across anything to do with a
My
kabuki mono
posture's
where
all good now.
Tatarasuna is
Have fun with
concerned.
what you need to be doing. So there's no more kabuki mono. Did the balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to go back and see Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Alright. Thank you, Paimon.
Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Echoes of history. Let's head back to Sumeru, I guess. To the Sanctuary of Sarasana. Yum 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 yum. Look. It's those guys again.
Hey, it's them.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Might as well. Perfect. These two have researched Tatarasuna's past. Let's hear what they have to say. Oh, it's gonna be that big long read again.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article that you let me read last time was great. Can I read it again?
Huh?
I don't want to do this.
Of course.
This is against my will. I believe, however, that there's some hidden glossary. Look, the Kabuki Mono isn't even in here anymore. Such. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into his flesh, cast his own Nagamaki into the furnace's flame. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitatara Nagamasa. Notes. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Why is it red? Oh, this must be the quote-unquote new stuff. Revolved around the yokai who are very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A small portion, however, mentioned the word outsider. Could have been known that the appearance of such a character, who is suspected to be based on a real person, is a very curious case. A foreign mechanic once visited Tatarasuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential or restricted areas. If someone tried to turn him away, they would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnace, seeming to check on its condition. Niwa's still here. Miyazaki. The inspector. Koshi Nagamasa. The mechanic. Here. Long have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a specter of a clue as to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanic drew scarcer as the aftermath of the Tatarasuna incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from an overripe imagination, he actually did exist, and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tatarasuna. It seems that the rest of the paper remains unfinished. A lot of thought was put into it.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Not really. Abstract, yeah. What's the good news? I remember that. Ugh. Niwa. Miyazaki grinned. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm, but just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that of one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunchboxes in one side, nodded, and made to leave. Katsuragi called out to him, "Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry?" The man smiled upon hearing Katsuragi's words. "I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon." "You are our guest, sir. To see you help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment," Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled as if it were no matter, then with a nod he departed. Like a falling spear, the black cows. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, but even should it cost them more lives. The content has changed. Another effect of tampering with the information in Irminsul. The balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all his might, but still...
Well, what do you think?
A masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
You told the writer what you learned about the Raiden Gokuden and Tatarasuna's history.
So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true.
Must be true.
So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
Fair.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
We've got some things to take care of. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Yeah, okay. In I go. Let me in. Let me in. Gotta figure out what the fuck's going on.
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then she decided she wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the balladeer.
The balladeer?
Even she
Sounds
doesn't
like
know.
some kind
We're
of code
different.
name.
Oh no.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Even Nahida doesn't remember. Just like last time, any changes to Irminsul affect her as well. The balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I'm the record keeper. Twitch is the record keeper.
Traveler?
Thank you.
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. Heavy heart, you piece back together the story that was broken and scattered across time. There once was one named Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The traveler comes from a world beyond Chavat. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her.
Absolutely.
So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
You can say that again.
Paimon's having a
She's
hard
adorable.
time understanding this Balladeer guy's
Absolutely
motivations.
adorable.
Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm not really sure. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata erase her own existence, but I can't tell Nahida that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it would work, but I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
I just feel empty. He chose such a radical option, and yet...
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after
you guys
that.
are ready to find some clues and
If
stuff?
he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayal of his life? In his life? Or did he wish he never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check
My
something.
head is filled with hot air. Neko boys not knowing anything about the story. Nah,
Found
me
it.
as well.
This should be the one.
Just change Neko boys with himbos and we're
It turns
basically
out
the same.
I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Surprisingly, the information presented to you in a way that resembles a
Is
fairy
this
tale.
a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
This matches everything I said. And Big Booba Girls.
I authored this record myself.
I apparently played this game a billion years ago. But the only
You
reason I got back
wrote
into
a
it was
fairy
because
tale
of the Raiden Shogun.
That somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
Booba Sword.
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabukimono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the
Yes,
Traveler
Crest.
into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution.
Funny.
I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it
That's
still resonates with the
Ass and
present
Cutlass
information
literally
recorded
is
in
just
Irminsul.
Beto.
But if we connect all the different pieces together,
Why are we
the
so
true
funny?
story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer.
Baggers and
There
daggers.
was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives
Like when
together.
Mia read her fucked up
but
story
the
in
little
Resident Evil
bird
8.
did not
Yeah, I
have
know,
long
what the
left to
fuck?
live.
This is really fucked up.
It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good.
This is not a good bedtime
Never
story.
again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the night
Stop
wandering
killing
aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the
I
moon.
don't think it's her fault.
How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
I can't sleep if I'm crying my fucking eyes out. This is really fucked up.
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened.
Oh yeah, that's not
To
comfy.
become
No,
a god,
no, that was not
he
a
was
comfy story.
experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with.
But what?
Creating a deity was just
What
the
were they
first
defending?
step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they backed up his memory for later use.
No, it's Tiana. No, it's not
I
getting any
buried
better.
it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion.
It's rough.
Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
Never had this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
Well, you didn't, but
But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it. Come on, traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk.
Let's not pick up this heavy conversation.
Let's go get a snack from one of
Kinda.
the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits.
There's a few things I'd like to look into. You should go take a walk and try to unwind.
So what
It
was
must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Sorry. I think we should not pick that back up. That's really heavy conversation for a guy that doesn't exist anymore. Post dramatic soul wrenching sad story. Alright guys, it's dinner time. We're making our way. No, I won't get distracted. I was gonna go look around the academia, but we shouldn't get distracted. I'm rubbing my hands together for some stall food.
What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling like there's something I'm missing. Something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Sorry, it's just... give me a minute. I'm still processing. Burger. I don't think they have burgers in Sumeru, but I'll do my best.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain. Let's dig this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Irminsul and deleting oneself. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Forbidden knowledge. Nahida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Arby's beef and cheddar with curly fries. I'll get on that, Tiana. Yes, that was it. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence. Not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation in Lesser Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There would be no point. I feel like you did that to yourself, Tiana. I feel like you were the one that were listing Borger. That's on you.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But this is crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence. In which case, the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay?
He heard
What is
herself
it?
in the confusion.
Work's too
so
boring
sad.
for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the balladeer.
He's who?
You can always trust a man in a fancy
You're
hat.
a strange one, kiddo.
So true.
You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look,
It sounds like the
we're all
English
out of
dub actor
Sunsettias,
from Goku.
and I promised the
Wh-
lady
for
down the
which
street I'd deliver
one?
a fruit bowl
For
this
the
evening.
merchant or for Sky?
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop.
The merchant. Hold on. I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
have to
level
listen.
with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck.
You're right.
But
Sean
I
Shamel.
figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
Follow what? I didn't see him. Speaking of stealing your shit.
That was a good batch of Sunsettias, too.
Ignore the watermelons I'm standing on. Anyway. Excuse me. I'm so tall. Balls, I fucked up. I did it. I bunny hopped.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Shush.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I would never believe it.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right. We were following you.
Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. Our bright pastel main character clothes prevent us from sneaking. It's true. You're a puppet. Why would you just tell him?
A puppet? What makes you think that?
We can't sneak in these conditions.
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
Genshin Pinocchio go hard.
That's
Yeah,
oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
All right.
Then let's return to the city.
Return to the grocery store in Inazuma City. Let's go. I'm so good at finding my way around this place. I'm literally a local.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
Certainly was something. Let's head up to the Sarasana thingy. This guy. Sorry. It's a little fruity. We're getting to it. I feel like this is definitely the end, right?
Scanning.
Like there's not much else to do, right? I don't know what else we need to do.
Nahida! Nahida! What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
Quite an eventful walk, yeah. True.
You say that you are trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, It seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called a previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes.
Where's the Genshin
something
whale?
far more
And the
distant than
Genshin Geppetto.
So
There are
far
whales
away
in
that you
Genshin.
cannot perceive it.
They're just people
Okay,
who spend
I
money.
have to ask.
Frightening.
What was I like in my previous incarnation?
You were a bitch.
Oh, okay. I see.
He gets the point.
You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
We're just trying to think of where to start.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died
And
because
will
of
have to
what other
eat too
people
much
did.
Thai food.
And many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
Nahida tells the Wanderer about his past.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and
Oh wait, I forgot. It starts being
That is the
evil
nature
again.
of truth. If one thing is right,
That would be
its
fucking
opposite
hilarious.
must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
No, he was not.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies. Basically,
If
the
we were
plot of
enemies,
Inuyasha.
Why are you
Oh, actually,
trying to
like,
help me find
funny.
the truth?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please,
Puppet boy,
I want to
be
see them for
nice.
myself.
Please.
I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, Prepare yourselves, everyone.
Yeah, no, Tiana, no, yeah, we did that. We, like, could have been left alone, and it would have been fine.
It's time to get ready.
But we didn't. That's it. Okay, thank you. Okay, dude.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
Hey, just so you guys know, he's got a little flower on his head, on his hat. Previously, it was literally a demon's face. So changes. I like his little outfit. I'm taking a gander before we head in. Anyway, let's get in. Oh no. Let's do a different team. Let's do a different team, I think. Yeah, this one. Powerhouse team. Let's go. It won't take us 20 minutes to get through the fights.
This looks like Inazuma.
Team oh.
Right now,
A
you're
little
in a
late
dream
for that,
arcade
but I
using
promise I'll get you
information
your
extracted
team in
from
as
your
soon as I
memories.
can. Your best characters, please?
These memories
Oh,
will
well.
show you the raw
I already got
truth.
that.
But be aware that enemies may
I'm already
react
getting
just
you my
like in
best
the real
team.
world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
Buddy, it's okay. I want you to stop.
give up
I
halfway.
will.
Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
And now we're just finishing the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe
That's
the
right.
landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi.
I want you to
Deputy
leave a wake of
Torichiyo's
ruin we
adopted
told
son,
in,
Mikoshi
in a Bible
Nagamasa.
somewhere. Okay, alright.
He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi
I want my
Nagamasa.
AP history book
But
to have an entire
Katsuragi had
chapter
sworn
dedicated to the
lifelong
Genshin
loyalty to
Massacre of May
Nagamasa
2023.
after the
That's
latter had
funny.
once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Chest. Yoinked.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide.
You have a
He doesn't
kind
remember
face.
his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Aha, here. Easy. I literally don't care. Watch this. I literally don't care. Sure is up. What the fuck, dude? Literally just dropped a fucking plate on me.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick.
Not the cough. Yeah, you know it's bad when the child coughs. It's going to be tragic.
He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut
It's gonna
alone.
be like that, I feel like.
Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone.
I was just kidding. Stop killing cute things. I'm sorry.
Let's keep
I'm
going.
so sorry. It do be like that. Why did they make me choose a team? There's no fighting happening. Unless this is the fight. Motherfuck. Why are there traps? Is this literally the only point of the fucking thing?
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Damn. I have no choice.
Stand clear. Nice and spicy. My apologies. Yeah. Yeah.
Come at me.
Take flight. Shake it. Absorption test. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Hey, yeah.
Get out of my way.
Cycle a swirl.
I see through you. My work killjoy. We've only played. I went too far.
Literally didn't even get to do your thing. Badge. These can't be broken. Understood. But there's a chest here. I'm so good at finding things. Literally so good. Oh, I remember this place.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the
I'm gonna lurk
original
before more
version of
tragedy
events,
happens.
the
Godspeed.
traveler once
You
encountered
probably
the
made the
balladeer
right
here.
choice.
Such a creepy
Good luck
atmosphere.
doing with whatever you need to be
so
doing.
familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the abyss to be a more meaningful
Wait,
use of your
sexy
time?
lady? Understandable.
Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it.
She's literally so pretty.
Don't start thinking you're invincible. And don't let your emotions get in the way.
No, like for
Surely
real
you're not
though?
worried about me.
For real though?
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Sorry.
Poor
the
little
fucking
tongue.
physics on her chest. Sorry,
She's
I'm
playing
normal
with
about
fire
it now.
talking to me like that. Who does she think she is?
Anyway.
Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now.
Literally.
I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
For the sake of your own sanity, I won't tell you what happens to that sexy lady.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can
She
take
does.
more abuse
Yeah,
than other
yeah.
humans. Do
Essentially.
you really count that?
It was
as an
really,
asset?
fucked up. It wasn't
You're
even
about
us
as
that
much
did it.
fun to be around as a raging inferno.
Would you believe?
But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Where the fuck is she? I need to hit something.
Nice over here. Whirling snow. Where'd that come?
Whoa! Be nice to Diona immediately.
Blink. Take flight. Sakura swirl.
They kill everything I love. They do. It's really fucked up. Don't they know? Don't they know Tiana needs not
Shine.
Diana got fucking moved in that last fight. I don't know. Oh wait, no. I think it was because of the electro and then the guy did his dash. It was a whole thing. Yes.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru.
No, I remember this.
Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
That's this motherfucker.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process.
Mommy is gone. I'm hungry.
As
Yeah,
such,
go ahead.
I
Do what
too
you
would
need.
recommend that we commence as soon as possible.
Have fun, Tiana.
In the event that a successful connection
I'll
is
see you
established,
around.
his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
He's the doctor. He's behind all of this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Rightfully so.
Let's move on.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Are you saying...
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Is this the true meaning of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's words? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original balladeer has gone, this person will live on in his place. Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
Special cutscene.
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? It's... You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
In with the dull blade, as always. Get him by... Oh my god. Lumen's cracked.
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Just saw the conception of a vision. Guys!
This is trying my patience.
Okay, so what? We just passed. Whoa, okay, alright.
Churn! Squall and Fury. Insignificant past.
How amusing.
Behold. At my command, you shall fall.
Oh. Oh, this is
I'm used to this.
awkward.
Squall and Fury.
Trying to figure out what this does.
My endless cycle begins.
Too slow.
Insignificant past.
Ah, I see. Okay, alright. I see what's happening.
Feeble human. Behold, insignificant past.
Well, damn.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now that you've recovered your memories, the past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Me, myself, but not I. Okay.
Welcome back, Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the sixth is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nahida doesn't see you in that way.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope you can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you'd changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
I didn't do all of this for a reward. Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
Huh? You want us to decide?
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after,
Fuck.
it's all yours.
But I'm so bad at names.
Have you got anything?
You can obtain the item and appellative stroke from the Archon Quest interlude, which will allow you to change Aeon Adrift Wanderer's name. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have renamed this character, some interfaces in the game going forward will display the name that you've chosen. There's a limit on the number of times you can rename this character, so do so with care. Terms of service. Okay. You may not wish to restrict your use of game services. Do not. As you are welcome to use the report function to send feedback. Don't. Fuck, I've been regretting this. I'm really bad. Anyone knows me, they know that I'm really bad with names. I'm literally dog water with names. So don't know what to name him. But we're bound to come up with something, right? I think it's only right that we give him something that sounds Inazuman, you know? Just cause he's from Inazuma. I know that technically he doesn't have a lot of great memories with Inazuma, but I think call him Salt, beloved traveler of mine. Salt? I respect that. I love naming people random things. I think... Fuck. I think I think Haruto would also be nice, just because it's similar to Inazuma naming. But off the top of my head, I don't know a whole lot of names that would work. Also, Salt would be really funny because cause considering who he was as Scaramouche, he was Salt, the messenger that lost his way and got distracted and then became a god. That is not a god, no longer serving the great white in the sky. That sounds like it sounds like there's a lot of a story to that. I love it though. I don't really know many good names. Oh, I'm looking up names right now, actually, because I want to pick something really nice for him. They mention, yeah, don't. Oh, okay, I see. All right. Oh, I see. Sunless Sea Lore. Okay, I see you. I see you. I'm looking up names as we speak. Masato. Why would you name him Masato? Because it means proper Oh, that's actually really sweet. Can also bear the name Muichiro, which means does not exist. Oh, damn. Okay, I'm kind of sad, actually. I will name him Masato. Because it means... Do you want some German titles? Normally, I would love hearing other names from different places, but I'm keeping it, Inazuman, which is Japanese-based. But I like Masato. But I still think you should tell me German titles anyway, just in case I need them for something else.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think this will do.
Oh, all right. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What
Famous
about a
swordsman
nickname?
you may know,
Are you done
Ito
yet?
Ogami, the wolf in his cub. No, wait, actually, I think I've read The Wolf in His Cub.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Fine.
No nonsense. I like it. All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
I'm sure you are.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Stretching.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that
Yeah.
Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue.
Okay, keep going.
The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Turn to your resting place. Let's do that, I guess. There's not a whole lot to say to all of that, to be honest. It was a lot. And it almost took us 3 hours. I was expecting like 3.5.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
Rest up, Paimon. I'll buy some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase.
What about it?
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? Like, Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
That night we stayed here, Paimon bumped into the table after being startled by something to do with the balladeer and broke the vase. But the balladeer erased his existence. He changed the world, so why is this vase still broken?
You sound lost and confused.
Who's that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate. Like a vase that falls to the ground, whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Believe my eyes? Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up? It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
I wonder what else awaits me in the future. We did it, guys. Inversion of Genesis complete. And that vase is still broken. Is great. Well, that was awkward. Let's look through all of our things since we're here. Rust, which is not new. But I got this. The palliative. Oh. Oh, it allows me to change the Wanderer's name once more if I should so choose. Huh? Okay. Why did they want me to look in the bag? It was for that. What am I thinking? Guide. Yoink. Yeah, baby. They want me to do Caribert next. I'm not doing Caribert. What I am doing, what we're gonna do together as a team, as a buddy pal friendship duo amigo thing. Don't laugh at me. We need to go do Alhatham's story quest so that we can do this for some reason. We have 6 days, 11 hours. It's a whole thing. I don't know how long this thing's going to be. So we shouldn't leave it for the last minute, is what I'm thinking. But let's look at our achievements. We got a lot during that one. Investigate the memories of Tarasuna's past within Irminsul. Yep, discover the consequences that have resulted from the Balladeer entering Irminsul, which we did. Solve Nahida's hidden riddle and discover the Balladeer's past. We also did that. Defeat the everlasting Lord of Arcane Wisdom within the memory. And complete the inversion of Genesis. That was rather effective. Not gonna lie. What to do? No way! A few days ago on my way back from patrol, I overheard Madame Farazan tell Master Tegnari that she's gonna throw me a surprise birthday party. The gardener, the grander the better. Master agreed and even wants to invite Sino over. I guess I'll be around familiar faces, but what if they've invited someone I don't know? What's more, how do I act surprised when I already know about the surprise party? Master and Madame Farazan must have done a lot, and I don't want to ruin the mood. Will you come to my birthday party? Could you give me some advice, or back me up in case my mind goes blank? It really means a lot. Please, I need your help. I usually ask Master Tegnari to check my letter for spelling errors, but I'm on my own this time. I'm doing okay, right? You were, until you got to spelling errors. They just wanted to throw that in there. That's funny. That's hilarious. She's so cute. I love her. I love Kale. Kale. The only person ever. Anyway, so we're going to take a break is what we're going to do. Take a break and we're going to come back in a few minutes. Ignore all this walking sound you hear. It's nothing important. Anyway, we're gonna come back and do Alhatham's story quest. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Alhatham's story quest in one go, preferably. And then our next stream can be the event that we've been meaning to do since the start of all of this. So, this is your bathroom break. Get snacks, do whatever you need to do. And we will be back with, we'll be back in a few with Alhatham's story quest. See you guys there. We are back, everybody. Hopefully that was enough time for you to do everything. I had to go put my clothes in the laundry because I forgot to do it this weekend. Sure. Let's go unlock all Ethan's story quests. Down here. Yes. We did it. Yoink. Let's go. This one. Heard that Al-Haytham has become the acting Grand Sage. No way. Considering his personality, will the other scholars accept him? Time to pay a visit to the academia.
You know, Paimon's heard that Al-Haytham's been made acting Grand Sage, but with that personality of his, oh boy. You think things will be okay? Why don't we go to the academia and ask around?
I bet it's not gonna be great with the Sharawar. Sharawar? I believe that's what it's called. I'm only good at pronouncing things if you didn't know.
How's everything going with your thesis?
Oh, I'm not on auto.
I should be able to publish it next month. A few days ago, I was worried that I'd have to stop my work on it. Thankfully, that didn't come to pass.
Well, Azar was one of your thesis advisors. Honestly, I was afraid that you might have gotten dragged down as well. How did things get settled?
The newly appointed acting Grand Sage reviewed all of our projects and gave us permission to continue our research.
Acting Grand Sage? That sounds like a new thing.
Yeah, I heard that selecting new sages has been taking some time, so he's just filling in. But it's all thanks to him that our research results weren't jeopardized. Once my paper is published, I'm definitely giving myself a long vacation and getting some much-needed rest. Mondstadt sounds like a good idea.
Mondstadt's a great idea. It's a great place. Very relaxing.
They're really out of their minds, making Al-Haytham the acting Grand Sage?
Take it easy, Professor. I'm puzzled as well. Just going by qualifications, you're one of our most preeminent scholars. I don't know why they picked a stripling like him.
Stripling?
Fool! Do you think I'm angry because I wasn't chosen for the position? No! It's because I don't understand why they chose him! He was one
Haters
of my
will hate.
students, but he rarely attended class. When I asked him about it, he retorted that self-study was better use of his time.
This man's so funny.
Arrogance, misery of miseries, for the academia to have him as the acting Grand Sage?
Dude.
Professor, don't get so worked up. I'll go get you some water.
Psst. Want to hear a secret? I've heard the new acting Grand Sage is from Haravatat.
Really? Who is it?
Someone named Al-Haytham. Never met him myself, but he's a real hot topic right now. Lots of things being said about him.
He's also
hard to tell
hot.
what's true and what isn't, though. There's also a
Says it,
Vahumana
that's
scholar
up.
who's been in the spotlight recently. They say that he's a likely pick to be one of the next sages.
Oh, is he teaching any courses? Maybe we should drop by.
Wow. News of Al-Haytham being the acting Grand Sage sure spread fast. Some people don't know who he is, though. Guess he's less famous than Paimon thought. Some people are saying good things and others bad. Especially that old guy just now. He really doesn't like Al-Haytham.
Do be like that.
Hey, are you okay? You don't look too good.
The Matra.
The Matra?
I'm Ilias. I have to talk to a Matra about something important.
In the state you're in? You shouldn't push yourself. Why don't you tell us what happened and we'll pass on your message to a Matra?
No, I have to tell them myself. They are the only ones I could trust. Sorry, can you lend me your arm? This is an important matter. Failure is not an option.
Since you put it that way, fine, we'll take you to Amatra.
Let's go, I guess. The illusion of the mob.
We promised to take him to Amatra, but we don't know that many, do we? Oh, wait, Sino should be back at the Academia. Let's go find him.
Sino! You're not Sino.
Hey there. Excuse us, but is Sino at the Academia?
You two look familiar. Are you friends of Mahamatra Sino? I'm afraid he's out on a mission right now. But if you'd like, I can pass whatever message you might have on to him.
We ran into this guy by the gates, and he seems really eager to speak with Amatra. It sounds like something urgent.
Oh? If you don't mind, why don't you tell me about it first?
Siraj.
Siraj. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he a Vahumana researcher?
Vahumana researcher?
Yes, one of their most renowned, in fact. I hear he's as daring as he is intelligent. There are rumors he'll become Vahumana's next sage. But please continue, good sir. What about Siraj?
I want to report him for conducting a dangerous experiment. He kidnapped me, tied me up, and took me to that horrible cave. Experimental equipment everywhere. I ran as fast as I could, a little slower, and he would have caught me.
There's no rush. Please, take your time. What kind of experiments was he conducting? Where is this cave?
I don't remember.
Huh? You can't remember?
All I remember is Siraj walking towards me, and then my head started feeling weird. It's like a nightmare that I can't recall. I just know that that place is dangerous, and that they must be stopped. Oh, I heard they conduct business in the tavern. We have to hurry.
Even if what you say is... All right. I'll have some of my colleagues look into Siraj. But before that, I would like to administer the Matra lie detector test.
You think I'm lying?
Please don't take it the wrong way. This is just standard protocol. Sorry, but can you two wait out here a little while? We'll be back soon.
You don't even let me see the... I want to see the lie detector test. Somewhat longer than expected. Ooh. Ooh.
Huh? I'll hate them.
Let me bring you up to speed. First things first, Ilyas passed the lie detector test. This indicates that what he said is highly credible. As such, we've decided to launch an investigation based on the leads he provided. Per protocol, this matter was reported to Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham. After hearing about it, he left a message for Mahamatra Sino and then asked to join the investigation.
Huh. It's kind of weird for you to be working with the Matra. Is there a special reason?
You're overthinking things. My interest was piqued is all.
Really? I'm surprised you have this much free time. In that case, let's join in as well, shall we, Traveler?
It's already against protocol for Acting Grand Sage Al-Haytham to participate in this investigation. As for you two... Oh, never mind. After all, you were the ones who brought Ilyas here.
Yeah.
I'll allow you to accompany us, but you have to promise to keep everything confidential.
Promise. I'm
Don't
really
you
good.
worry. Our lips are
Twitch
sealed.
chat is really good at being quiet.
All right, in that case,
Everyone shush.
I'll fill you in on what we know so far. Ilyas claimed that Siraj will be conducting some business with a Kasharawar researcher at the tavern. This is one of his few clear memories. It seems he stumbled upon this information while escaping. Incidentally, Siraj isn't at the Academia right now. He applied for long-term off-site research 1 month ago. It's close to the time that Ilyas had given, so we've decided to head to the tavern and investigate any suspicious persons.
That's right. Arav, prepare to head out. You two, do as you will.
Oh, come on! We already said that we're coming!
Up to the tavern with us. I keep wanting to explore the Academia, and then, like, I don't play except for when I'm streaming. So I don't get to explore the Academia. Academia. You probably can't even go into all the doors anyway, so I don't know why it's happening. And away I go. Perfect.
We're here, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. What's our next course of action? Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham?
Looks like you haven't read any memos lately. The new Academia decree clearly states that even a sage doesn't have the authority to interfere with the Matra's actions during an ongoing investigation. If your superior were here, he wouldn't be asking me what to do. Instead, he'd be telling me to stay out of the way.
You're right. Understood. Then please wait here as we lock down the perimeter and search for suspicious persons. Ilyas, please stay here. Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham, I'll have to trouble you with the protection of our primary witness.
Sure. Though I'd rather he just protect himself.
Ayo, if only to be protected by Alhaitham.
He's the same as ever, casually ignoring people just like he did back at Aru Village.
That tracks.
Answering a simplistic question only enables the questioner. Besides, I need him to understand my position clearly.
What do you mean?
Arav has just as many doubts about my coming along as you do. But unlike you two, he's making this matter more complicated than it is, with his considerations like the acting Grand Sage is trying to seize the Matra's powers. That question was obviously bait. The Matra were once under the influence of the sages, and so were often subject to these bureaucratic traps. The test was strictly unnecessary, though. I hope that our exchange will assure him that I won't interfere with their work this time.
Why is this so complicated?
This is why I was against becoming the acting Grand Sage from the very first. Titles and rank inevitably make a lot of things more troublesome than usual.
Excuse me, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. I've had a question on my mind, and I need to know the answer no matter what. Have we met before?
No. I have no recollection of ever meeting you.
Haha, I thought so too. I probably wouldn't have had anything to do with someone of your caliber.
Then why did you ask?
Well, for some reason I felt a sense of familiarity when I met you for the first time.
Really? A misperception, perhaps. Or...
Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham, we've apprehended a suspect.
Conveniently
Siraj?
interrupted.
No, it's the Kasharawar researcher who has dealings with him. His name is Narendra.
Acting Sage Alhaitham? Wait, can someone please explain what's going on? I admit that I did steal some mechanical components from the lab and sell them, but does something like that really warrant the personal interest of the Acting Grand Sage? What have I gotten myself into? I know I let greed get the best of me, but please, I promise that this won't ever happen again.
I would like to ask him a few questions.
Of course.
Do you know Siraj?
Yeah, that's the name of my buyer. He asked to make the transaction at the tavern, but he never showed up.
What were the details of this transaction?
He's doing some kind of experiment that seems to require many power generators and electrical components that can only be found in our project. He contacted me in private and said that he'd pay a large sum of Mora if I was willing to put some aside for him, under the pretense of them being defective parts. We had originally agreed to meet at the tavern earlier today to do the trade. I sure didn't expect to get stood up, or run into you all.
Perhaps Siraj was aware that Ilyas might leak information, so he intentionally didn't show up. Whatever the case, it seems that this lead ends here. The good news is, regardless of what Siraj was planning, his progress will now be severely hindered by a lack of power generators and electrical components. We still have time to conduct our investigation. Do you have any more questions for the suspect?
No. He's all yours. But I'd like to borrow Ilyas for a while.
Oh, that's fine. We conducted a comprehensive lie detection exam, which showed that he has a genuine case of amnesia. We're not planning to pursue any further breakthroughs on that front. However, I am curious, what do you need him for exactly?
I've read some papers regarding amnesia, and I'd like to try restoring his memories.
I see. We'll be returning to the academia then. I'll leave Ilyas in your care.
Well, there's that. You know that Al
Follow
Haytham
me.
definitely lied. I feel like he definitely lied. Find a quiet place, will do. Right over there. He's just standing there, menacingly.
Siraj didn't show up at the tavern, and Narendra didn't give us any leads. Ugh, that means we're stuck. Oh, Haytham, are you serious about seeing things through? Paimon's pretty surprised that you're this interested in the case.
I thought you would have guessed the reason by now.
Huh? Paimon has no clue.
Do
Hey,
you know-
do you know?
Do you know Siraj?
Yes, we were classmates.
Oh, so that's why you asked to come along when Arav briefed you on the situation. So you're not here because you're interested in the case itself, but because you know the suspect?
You couldn't be further from the truth, but I wasn't expecting much from you to begin with. For the time being, all you need to know is that we were once classmates. I became the scribe afterwards while he continued his academic endeavors. He submitted a thesis 1 year ago, and the Grand Sage at the time asked for my opinion. I did not approve of it because it committed one of the 6 cardinal sins by touching upon human evolution. From violating matters regarding human evolution to attempting the forbidden and fearing none, the 6 cardinal sins are the origin of all evil in this world. They are also what the sages use as a reference when formulating or amending the rules of the academia. My opinion was that Siraj's research was both overly naive and in violation of various core principles. The Grand Sage took some of my suggestions on board and ultimately decided to reject the application.
So that's why he's buying energy sources and electrical components.
He's most likely trying to circumvent the rules and conduct his experiment in secret.
That sounds super suspicious. Oh, we gotta stop him. Ilyas, can you try to remember things again? Maybe something new will pop up.
I'm sorry, but I've already tried many times. And no matter how hard I try, it feels like everything in my mind is shrouded in a thick mist.
It is possible for a person to subconsciously forget some of their memories as a defense mechanism against extreme stress.
This is true.
However, these memories aren't truly lost, but merely sealed away. They can be restored with the appropriate stimulus. Now, try to recall things you care about. They don't need to be related to this case.
Actually, I feel like I've forgotten more than just the memories of the time I was kidnapped and experimented on. The kind of person I am, the things I've done, I can remember some things, but I can't recall some others no matter how hard I try. But I do vaguely remember that there are 2 things that I have to do no matter what.
Do tell.
The first is to get my paycheck from the academia and give it to my younger sister in Gandharvaville. I'm not sure about the details, but it seems that I would send money to my younger sister every month to pay for family expenses.
And the second thing? What's the second thing?
I can't remember. Sorry, there's just so much I can't recall.
Not unexpected. However, you're the only one who has seen Siraj and knows the exact location of his cave at present. As such, we'll do everything we can to help you regain your memories.
Losing your memories must be really painful. But don't you worry, we'll help you get them all back.
Oh, thank you so much. This feeling, it's more than just pain. I don't know how to describe it. I have so few memories that I don't even have a clear idea of who I am. And my head's always ringing. It feels like I could faint at any moment. But amidst all that, it also feels like I've been set free somehow. Nevertheless, I have you all to thank for bringing me what clarity I do have right now. Now, I do remember that I worked part-time at a place in the academia called the Research Preparation Center. That's also where I got my monthly paycheck.
I see. In that case, let's go and find whoever's in charge there.
Right. Anyway, let's get back to the academia. Where is it? The academia. Show it to me. I find it. Wait, no I didn't. Ah! I've been fooled! Ah, there it is. I haven't been fooled at all. Nope, this way. Shipsies.
Is it possible to install a grid?
I want to know if you can just go in there. Go in those little houses. I want to know. I'm here for your books.
Oh, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham. I've sent this period's research expenses report to your office. Have you taken a look? Are there any issues with it?
I did. Recent research expenses have decreased quite a bit compared to past figures.
Yes, though that is primarily because there are fewer scholars with research needs. But that can be a rather convoluted topic. Might I ask why you are here today?
I believe you know this individual. His name is Ilyas. He worked part-time here, and he's here for his paycheck.
Oh, yes, of course. Though, Ilyas, where have you been these past few days? That was our busy period, but then you disappeared without a word. Everyone had to pick up the slack.
I'm sorry, something unexpected came up.
I got kidnapped.
But I know I've
Sorry.
caused trouble for everyone. Is there anything I can do to make up for it?
The other researchers have more or less finished your share of the work. However, there is one thing that is yet to be settled. Do you remember Chandra? You were in charge of following up on his off-site research application. He retracted his application a few days ago and canceled his off-site project. He's the 12th person to retract a research application this month. I'd like you to ask him why he did that. Chandra is probably having coffee at this hour, so you can find him at the cafe.
Understood. Then, about my paycheck.
I'll pay you in full once you return. However, make sure you don't disappear without saying anything again. Be considerate to your colleagues and give them some forewarning at least.
I'm sorry I got kidnapped.
Is this acceptable, Acting Grand Sage Alhaitham?
I have no objections.
Jeez, I feel like I understand we can't tell the full story, but still, show a little class for the guy. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to look through this book again, or through this library on my own. Let me climb the walls. I can't. Look at all these books I get to steal. This is mine now. I'm coming back for these books later, off stream. Cringe.
Please show me your credentials before borrowing.
I just took books. I didn't even borrow. They're mine now. Sorry, lady. They're mine. Ooh, I should go check by the Adventurers Guild while I'm here.
Add Astro.
Hi. You're back. How are you feeling now, Catherine? How am I feeling? Was I unwell? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that I can't remember what happened before. But since I'm here, I suppose it was no trouble in the end. So Catherine doesn't remember. Has the previous puppet been replaced? It's so weird that that's just like a fact. Like, that's just like a thing. I don't know. That's just a thing. 15 minutes? You're kidding me. In 15 minutes, I have to return to the expedition. Ugh, whatever. What's up with Chandra? Here's the cafe. Hey, buddy.
Elias? Long time no see. What can I do for you?
I heard that you canceled your research project, so I'm just here to ask you why.
Oh, that. It's really nothing special. I just don't feel like going anymore. I'm not the only one who canceled, right? I mean, people have had no motivation to conduct research lately, haven't they?
No motivation to conduct research?
Yeah. Say, who might you be? You look sort of familiar.
Oh, don't mind me. Please, continue.
Well, with the downfall of the
The
sages not long
important-looking
ago,
guy.
many of the projects that they led were put on hold while they were being investigated. With the situation being so volatile, people are picking up random things to do to kill time. No one wants to risk starting any new research until it's clear how things will pan out in the future.
When you say how things will pan out, you actually mean what the new sages would have interest in, right?
Wow, talk about blunt. But that isn't the only reason for the lack of motivation to start new research.
So what are the other reasons?
Well, because the Akasha terminal shut down. I'm sure you're all aware that we require all kinds of knowledge to perform any of the research we do. Back then, the Akasha would respond to any of our requests for the knowledge we needed. It was beyond convenient. We didn't have to spend an extended amount of time studying, so we were able to immediately run various tests and experiments.
I see.
You get it, right? After having had a taste of something so amazing, who can be bothered to manually sift through data and files ever again? There are only a handful of people at the academia who are starting new projects or performing research. Most people are like me, waiting for a recognized researcher to start a project before immediately applying to join. Although our names will be further down in the paper, we'll have a much easier time. We don't have to do most of the mental heavy lifting. All we have to do is focus on our assigned tasks.
Ooh. Ilias, you okay? Oh.
Ilias? What's wrong?
My head, it hurts. I remember now. I remember what Siraj said to me as he approached. You will become Siraj number 36. Fuse yourself with a consciousness under my control. Think only in accordance with a set module. Like a worker bee in a beehive.
Oh, fuck.
Paimon doesn't get it. What does that even mean?
It's what Siraj was researching and the topic of the thesis he had submitted. Collective consciousness and the path of evolution.
Collective consciousness?
Siraj believed that by achieving 3 objectives, he could create a collective consciousness in human society and drive humans toward their ultimate evolution. First, he would rank test subjects in descending order of ability, with number 1 serving as the Overmind. This Overmind would then divide tasks into numerous modules and delegate them to the collective's members based on their assigned number. Lastly, members would share their memories and emotions to facilitate the rapid exchange of information within the collective.
Paimon still doesn't get it. What's the point of all that?
Think of it as linking many minds together and tailoring a given mind's assigned work based on its compatibility. Eventually, everyone's minds will be consolidated into a new form of existence that is both an individual and an organization. Siraj believes this collective consciousness is superior to individual humans.
Whoa, bunch of people together. Paimon thinks that sounds horrible.
It's just as Alhaitham said. Siraj gave all the test subjects different numbers. Bigger numbers meant you had a lower rank, so your assigned tasks were less complex, such as being responsible for everyone's basic needs. Smaller numbers were ranked higher, so you'd be given more complex assignments like planning for the future. Siraj referred to me as number 36, and I think that was a low-ranking number. I also recall that Siraj said his plan was proceeding very quickly, and that the hive would soon be complete.
Oh no, then we
Candace is just like in the background listening to all of this.
I tried my best, but that's all I can remember. I still can't recall where the cave is. I'm really sorry.
Take your time. You'll eventually remember it all. However, something doesn't seem right. Some details don't add up.
What's off?
You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number.
I'm not sure what Siraj's numbering system is based on. Anyway, we're done here. Let's go.
Please, wait. I heard you all talking about Siraj just now. Are you looking for him?
Huh? Do you know something?
Well, Siraj is pretty popular as of late. I heard he's gained recognition from a lot of well-known researchers. Supposedly, he's a strong contender for being one of the next sages. There are many who would give up everything to be a part of his research team. I'm nothing special, though, so I doubt I'd get the opportunity. That said, I do know a researcher who received an invitation from Siraj but declined it. Her name is Janaki. If you're interested, you can try to find her. She's usually reading at the pavilion in the garden.
Okay, well, easy enough. Where's the garden? They didn't tell me. All the way up there. It's the wrong teleport. There we go. Now let's go for reals. The garden. Here. There she is.
Are you Janaki? We'd like to ask you a couple of things about Siraj.
Ilyas?
Do you know me? I'm sorry, but I don't recognize you.
Are you playing dumb with me?
No, I'm not. I actually have amnesia, so I've lost a lot of my memories.
And? Are you trying to say that I should forgive you just because you've forgotten what you've done? Or are you using the acting grand sage as backup to settle things with me? The two biggest loners teaming up. What a terrible
What's
thought.
going on? What is going on?
That's enough. There seems to be a dispute between the two of you, but I have no interest in that. I heard that Siraj once invited you to join his project. Is that true?
So, what if it is? Siraj did extend an invitation to me, and I was also interested in his project. I think it was about collective consciousness or something. Anyway, he said that I could be number 45. I refused because I thought that rank was too low. No one wants to be placed at the bottom. Certainly not me.
Ilias is number 36, and Janaki was supposed to be number 45. Ugh, just how many people did Siraj have his eyes on?
Tell me, did Siraj tell you how he assigned numbers?
Yeah. Remember how the sages took advantage of the Akasha and extracted Yana energy from our heads back then? They
Awkward.
left a document that records the amount of Yana energy that the Akasha had extracted from each person. I don't know how Siraj got his hands on that document, but he used it as the basis for his numbering system.
I see. He believes that this data can be used to evaluate a person's computing power.
Is it true, though?
Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their jnana energy.
At most, jnana energy can only be seen as representing a portion of a person's abilities. Humans are complicated beings, so it is impossible to evaluate them using a single criterion.
See? I knew I couldn't have only been ranked as 45.
What else do you know about Siraj?
That's it. He came to me, I refused, and that was the end of it. Is there anything else you needed? If not, I'm out of here. I've had enough of this eyesore.
Please wait. I still want to know what I did in the past.
You really forgot?
I swear, I don't remember anything.
Paimon can vouch for him. The mantra also said that he truly lost his memories.
I see. You know what? It's better this way. I get angry just thinking about it, so I really don't have the patience to fill you in. All you need to know is that you got a lot of people in trouble back then, including me. That's all I have to say. Goodbye.
And she's gone. She doesn't seem to like you very much.
No, she does not.
Do you really not remember anything?
I really don't. But after she said that, I've had this heavy feeling in my chest. I guess I did something really horrible.
Do you want to remember?
Huh?
Even though you're a witness against Siraj in this case, you've also lost your memory. No one can force you to remember if you don't want to. Even if you manage to remember, all you would need to do is feign ignorance and tell us that you tried the best you could, but to no avail.
I'm not sure what to do. Like I said before, for some reason I felt a sense of freedom when I realized I had lost my memories. But I feel like I shouldn't be allowed to go free so easily. I still want to remember everything. What should I do?
I can look up your file. Something that caused trouble for a lot of people in the past must be on file somewhere. Would you like me to look into it?
Yes, please.
All right, then let's return to the House of Dana. We've spent enough time here, and you should go and get your paycheck.
Okay, so we're going to the academia. And we have to climb down the stairs again. This place is always so complicated. Why are they built into a tree? Okay, we found the area. And naturally, we're going back to the library. Library of Dana, rather? Dana. Library of Dana. I'm so good at remembering things. Here we are.
Let's split up for now. Ilyas, you go and deal with that. The rest of you, come to the archives with me. We'll meet back here later and then head over to Gandharvaville.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Relax, Ilyas. Being nervous accomplishes nothing.
That's true. I'm ready. No matter what I've done, I'm ready to face it. I'll also try my best to remember anything else related to Siraj. We'll put an end to all of this.
I'm holding you to that. See you later.
We're talking to Al-Haytham. But he's up. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is the longest elevator ride in existence. Hold on. I now have an aura like a JoJo character. Okay, well, we're here. Sir Mahamata, I don't know who that is. Whatever.
Okay. The important files from the last few years should all be here.
Okay. He's just reading. reading files, I hope. They don't even let me talk to him. Look at him. He wants me to do all the work. Just because you're pretty. There are many vacancies for sages, and the number of suspicious people spreading various news in Sumeru City has increased significantly recently. The core authority are looking to acute surveillance to ensure the city's... I don't think that really has anything.
A new job, a new challenge.
Oh, he's doing stuff? Huh? Hold on. We have to watch him. Oh, he's looking at stuff. The Ratawasit Darshan has also had an abundance of weirdos. Recently, there are new rumors that the student has the ability to write the heaven-sent thesis. The circumstances are still under investigation. And sleepwalking eccentrics. Party CA has been peaceful recently, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. Okay, okay, whatever. Right.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Anyway, I found Ilyas's file. Let's meet downstairs.
What have I done?
This file indicates that you were once commended by the Academia for your courage and sense of justice. You were considered a hero.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Your instructor was engaging in academic fraud, and you were the one who reported him. Your report was found to be true after a series of investigations, and your instructor was brought to justice by the Matra. This incident caused quite the commotion, and the Academia sent you a commendation. What is it? Are any memories coming back to you?
No, it's just... my head feels like it's being ripped apart again. It hurts. Did I seriously do that? Then why?
Let's put this matter aside for now. It isn't directly related to Siraj, so there's no need to push yourself over it.
I'm sorry. That should have been something good to hear, but my body is instinctively rejecting it. I feel like I'll black out if I try to remember.
Take it slow. Recovering memories is no easy task, especially when it involves memories that you don't want to remember. Just do what you think is right.
Thank you. I'm not sure how you're so calm and composed all the time, but it does make me feel more confident about the situation I'm in.
Let's head to Gandharvaville and deliver Ilyas's paycheck to his sister. Come on!
Head over to Gandharvaville. Easy stuff. There's no convenient time. Let's head over there. Let's head over there. Okay.
We should be close. Let me think. It should be this way.
Ilyas, what are you doing back here?
Dad, it's nothing. I was just wondering how everyone was doing.
You sure everything's okay? Did they bully you again? It's all right. You can tell us.
His mom's voice is so sweet.
Ilyas, what's wrong?
I'm fine. Just a minor headache. I haven't been getting much rest lately.
Back then, I told you not to be a hero. Look how things turned out. I can't imagine how things are going for you at the Academia. We've even been receiving threat letters.
You don't have to force yourself to stay at the Academia.
You can always come back home.
I'm all right. I just need a little rest.
Ilias doesn't seem like he wants them to know that he has amnesia.
He doesn't want his family to worry.
Hey! That's enough, you two. Ilias isn't feeling well. You can keep nagging him once we get home. Ilias, let's find somewhere to talk. So, how's your headache?
It's much better now. Oh, here. It's this month's paycheck. How's everything at home?
Same old, same old. It's just that everyone's worried about you. Don't mind their nagging. Deep down, they know that you did the right thing. It's just that after hearing a lot of bad rumors about you and seeing all the threatening letters, well, they're mom and dad. Maybe they just want you to conform a bit more.
Conform.
Yeah, you don't remember? After the incident, you... Ilias? What's wrong?
Ah, I see. I remember now. Don't worry, I remember now.
You're acting a little weird today, you know? Anyway, I understand your decision. But Mom, Dad, and I just want you to be happy. I don't care if you're a hero or not. I just want you to enjoy life and relax more.
Your understanding is a great comfort to him.
Is it? That's good. Are you a friend of his?
More so these two. My name is Al-Haytham, and this is the Traveler in Paimon.
Oh, that rings a bell. At any rate, I feel more at ease knowing that my brother has friends. Would you like to join us for dinner? I just happened to buy some extra food.
Hello.
Sorry, but I still have things I need to take care of.
Aw.
Well, that's a shame. Okay, I'll get going then. Take care of yourself, Ilias.
Don't worry. I won't do anything to make you guys worry again.
You remember now?
Yes, I do. Thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person.
Is that your way of conveying gratitude?
Oh, my apologies. But I meant every word. Remember when I asked at the tavern if we had ever met? I said that there was a sense of familiarity, but what I really meant was a sense of loathing.
No, that checks, that checks, that checks.
Yeah, but having spent some time with you, I realized that you're not someone I dislike to that extent. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
My strength is that I don't care about what others think. If you could also develop this quality, then you won't be as bothered by complicated social relationships.
It'd be great if I could think like you. But first things first. I remember where Siraj's cave is now. I'll take you there.
Really? That's great! Paimon remembers that you said there are 2 things that you had to do. We've only checked off 1, right? What about the other one? Are we not gonna do that first?
There are more important things at hand. We have to stop Siraj before he completes his collective consciousness, or it'll be too late.
You're right. Let's head out.
Let's go. Fucking billion miles. Into an area I haven't fucking investigated. No! Now I have to walk in this direction. Here's hoping we find more teleport waypoints on the way. I sure hope we don't get stopped by anything along the way. That would suck. I believe some areas are locked behind the Aranara quest line, which, if you remember me complaining about it at one point,
Come with me. Let us find shelter from the rain.
is 8 hours long. It's a world quest. I don't even think anything's voice acted in that. Give me... No. No! I have to find a way up there. Okay, let's see. Oh, let me out. We're gonna have to find a way up this tree before we continue. Other than just climbing it, sheer force of will. Looks like they have a path they want me to climb, I guess. There's mushrooms in here, which I do need to kill. Alas, I do not care.
There's a pleasant breeze and glorious
It gives you
sunshine.
your stamina back.
So, where shall we go for a walk?
Amazing stuff. I want this mushroom. This mushroom specifically. It's mine. Back to what we were doing. Looks like the next teleport is in a withering zone. Or maybe it's... There it is. It's right outside the withering zone. How convenient. How convenient. Cringe. Cringe, 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 cringe. I did not come here to be withered. Let me out. Anyway, we made it. We're fine. We got a little off track, but we'll go back to the objective. Man, whatever that does. I know exactly what they're doing baiting me with a Stenjoculus. It's not even here. Whatever. Back to business. Oh, it's lower. Excuse me, lads. Time to not be a part of that. Looks like we're in combat mode.
This is the place.
It's so well hidden. But there's nothing spooky about it.
Not the ominous draft.
Let's go inside and take a look.
Alright, Paimon, whatever you say. Yeah, baby. They recommend Dendro and Electro, but I don't want the fight to take a billion years, so I'm ignoring their suggestion. What are the... I mean, we're probably gonna have Alhaitham anyway. So what are the odds? You know? What's the point? See? Told you. Look at him. What is this? Yo! What? That's cool. What did that even do? I wish I knew. I wish I knew. God, that's so cool. Look at him go. Look at him go. Sorry, we take a moment whenever we enter character trials to just look at his stuff. God, that's so cool. Look at that. God. He's got another little... Oh my god, he's so cool! I wish I brought a team that actually works with Dendro. If only I brought a... I could have brought Geo Team.
Weird. It's bigger on the inside than Paimon imagined. Are you sure it's still a work in progress? Ilyas, do you remember this place? Huh? Ilyas? Where'd he go?
I don't sense him nearby.
Did he get separated from us? Should we wait here or turn around and look for him?
There's no need for that. Let's keep moving.
Alright. We'll continue in and see if he catches up to us.
You'll get to be the super cool guy. Yeah. God damn. Ugh. He's literally so cool. Story time.
It's okay, Ilyas. You've done more than enough for me already.
I don't understand. Everyone knows that Johnny is stealing your research. Why is no one willing to go public with the truth? He shamelessly used your thesis to send in a project application, and whenever the project hits a wall, he asks you for help. Everyone knows what's going on.
Do you know how many people are working on that project? If Johnny was kicked out because of academic fraud, that'd be the end of the project. Too many people would be affected.
But he's obviously taking advantage of you.
That's what it was.
He throws you the hardest work, and after you're done pulling all-nighters, he struts around with your research data and takes credit for it. That's not right. Why are you putting up with this?
A lot of people warn me to not say anything, and I think they have a point. This is just how things are. All I want is to graduate without any problems. It's okay. He's at least paying me.
Half a year of your time
That's what
and effort.
matters, I guess.
Countless all-nighters and casual threats and insults, all for a measly 20,000 mora.
Okay, yeah, no, maybe that's not enough, but
he's treating people like cattle.
Enough. It's fine. I just need to suck it up and get it done.
Raju.
What's the matter?
I think I saw a glimpse of Ilyas's past.
Huh? You could read minds this whole time and you never told Paimon?
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah.
I was also able to see those memories just now. They were probably the ones that leaked out while Ilyas was connecting to the collective consciousness.
Connecting collective consciousness?
It's clear that this place isn't a work in progress. The hive has long been finished. The collective consciousness project is already complete, and Ilyas is now returning to the collective.
So, he tricked us.
Not entirely. Keep walking and you'll see why.
He knows something we don't know. This one's my favorite. It's my favorite. Jesus. He's so cool. I'm obtaining your key. And I'm putting it in. Just like that. Yoinked. Why do you... Okay. I see. Remove its key. Put it here. Grab this key. Put it here. Grab this key. And put it here. The way they stopped dancing when I approached. They know. Excuse me, lads. Time to go do stuff that doesn't react. Whoa. Never do that again.
You're toast!
Absorption test. Swirl. Mark 2. My apologies. Kamisato out. Sumetsu.
That's what we should focus on. Oh, there's more.
Take flight.
Sorry, buddy. You did not stand a chance there. I'm getting healed. I'm no longer getting healed. Alright, fine. Can't beat this chest, though.
It's completely different from what Ilias said. This place looks like it's been done for a while.
They won't let me jump. They're cowards. They won't let me jump. There's not anything down there. But still, what if I wanted to jump?
Contributing to the collective by only thinking to your strengths. How easy.
I'll hate them. Just thinking of that name fills me with hatred. We must get rid of him.
No, it's not Ilias that hated us. It's the dude. The guy in charge of the collective. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. I mean, have you met the dude? Look at that. Look at that go. No going back. Look. We're zooming into the past again.
An entire year's worth of work down the drain. And for what? Your reputation? Do you have any idea how many people you've brought down?
You could have played hero any time. So why couldn't you have waited until the project was complete?
I don't understand what you guys are saying. Are you saying you don't care that Raju jumped to his death?
Whoa!
It's a shame. What happened to him? I thought he was stronger than that. Everyone has been working hard to complete the project. He could have endured for a bit longer. But
so you don't actually care.
All times to...
In any case, we're done with you. Because of your recklessness, the Matra are putting Johnny on trial. Oh, this project is done for. None of this affects you at all. But do you know how many people, myself included, needed this project to complete their studies? Now our futures are up in the air. If worst comes to pass, we might not be able to graduate. Do you understand now?
I'm sorry.
Sounds like they knew
There's no
what
need for an apology.
Johnny was doing.
It's not like I'll accept it anyway.
So it's their fault. I don't feel
You'll
bad.
pay for this.
I hate the academia. I hate the I've literally never had one good interaction with the academia. Never once.
Hey, you're blinking out again. What did you see this time?
Ilias.
Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Save your words for when we see him.
Again. She doesn't. She can't even talk through, which makes sense. I can't even listen in. I should steal her things. But I won't, because I'm the academia scrub. And that means I'm a good person, I guess. Let me up. I got 2 keys. You can carry more than one at a time. A little distressed, I see. Over here. Nothing down there. Let's go. Easy peasy? Yeah. Oh.
Well, Ilias
this is all very strange. Is there really no research group that will take you? Well, to pass this course, you must complete a paper with other researchers. I know you're a hero for fighting academic fraud, but we can't make exceptions for heroes, now can we? Maybe you should try to improve your relationship with the other researchers. Getting a reputation for being too unconventional will not stand you in good stead in the long run.
I understand.
You seem troubled.
Just approaching with your fucking
Who are
Tron
you?
headband on. Fuck you.
Where are my manners? My name is Siraj.
Siraj is the most basic looking ass
Siraj.
bitch possible.
I've
Figures.
heard of
That's
you
Genshin
before.
Impact for you.
Do you need something from me?
The world hates people who don't fit in. I imagine you've had your fair share of trouble. After you reported Johnny for academic fraud, you were ostracized and shunned. Even your family can't understand your actions. However, I'm working on some research that will help you merge into a collective. That way, your life won't be so dolorous. How about it?
Dolorous, that's
Wanna have a go?
good word.
What did you see?
Siraj persuaded Ilias to join the hive. Ilias wasn't forced.
Paimon can't believe it! He really did trick us! That giga jerk!
Giga jerk.
No, Siraj is the real giga jerk here. Ilias is just a regular jerk. Ooh, Paimon's so mad! We're gonna find him and we're gonna make him explain himself!
Perfect. Who thinks that's the bitch?
Quicker.
Hey, I'm up in the air now. You can utilizing things. I'm thinking in my head all of the possibilities.
You've come. I intentionally slowed my integration into the collective consciousness because I wanted to see you one last time as Ilias. And I wanted to apologize to you as him. It was only at Gandharvaville that the second thing I must do occurred to me. Bring you all here.
I see.
To throw off the Matra and bring Alhaitham to the hive. That was my task as Siraj number 36.
You were already Siraj number 36? But you passed the Matra's lie detector test!
Yes, I truly did forget many things during that time, even my identity and assigned responsibilities. However, it's not that I got scared and forgot. I chose to delete those
Which is what
memories.
Alhaitham said.
It's
You can
difficult to
choose
fool
seal them
Alhaitham,
away.
so I had to create the perfect guise for myself.
And the best guise is when you believe your own lies.
Correct. I only told you that the hive was incomplete because I had deleted my memories of its completion. It was finished a long time ago. Before I left, I was already living as number 36. Now, I choose to return to that identity. Only here can I be truly free. That's all I wanted to say. After I enter this room, my consciousness will merge back into the collective. And so, this is goodbye.
Is this your decision?
Yeah, the person we know is Ilias, not Siraj number 36. The outside world is painful sometimes, but Paimon doesn't think that's a reason to run away.
Do you need more time to consider, Ilias?
There's the bitch right there.
That is Siraj.
So you're that giga jerk.
Giga jerk? Huh, how bold of you. Have I done something to offend you?
Yes.
I
Exist.
modified Akasha terminals to allow users to share memories and emotions. Then I recruited researchers from the academia to build a collective consciousness. I assigned numbers to everyone and divided the experiment's tasks amongst themselves. Here, people can live easily and happily without needing to exercise complex mental thought. This is what they have chosen. All I've done is fulfill their wishes.
You're just trying to justify yourself!
Then I ask you, what's the difference between here and the outside? There are researchers at the academia who engage in dangerous research in extreme environments while others become idle and listless. People are so obsessed with collective will that even those on the fringes will attempt to fit in after suffering setbacks. Isn't that right, Ilyas? There's no need to deny this, as it is fact. It is natural for social creatures to congregate together. And the terminus of conformity is a collective consciousness through which even an ordinary bee colony can become a powerful swarm. Replace the bees with humans, and this model becomes even more potent. Welcome to the hive, Alhaitham. You once arrogantly denied the merits of this project before the Grand Sage. A few simple words from you, and my research was consigned to nothingness. Of course, I'm well aware that you don't care about any of this. You don't care about the pain of others.
I feel like this wouldn't be a problem if you didn't commit cardinal sins.
I made my thesis into reality.
When we
Easy
arrived,
fix.
I noticed many empty rooms in the hive.
Oh, you noticed that? Then can you guess where their inhabitants are? The answer is the academia. They're executing another phase of the plan. The plan to install me as a sage. The collective consciousness links all of us into a single mind, showcasing our individual strengths as we work together. We are able to execute complex undertakings while instantaneously modifying our strategies in response to unexpected situations. Everything has been proceeding smoothly. You are our biggest obstacle. With you out of the way, I'll use my growing influence to turn the collective consciousness into a legitimate study. The project will snowball until ultimately everyone will be part of my hive. No. The hive will be in control, and it will lead the academia towards a new future.
We won't let you do this!
What can you achieve with mere words? You weren't even able to change Ilyas's mind. Return to the hive, number 36.
Yes.
Wait! Don't go back! Look! There are lots of people out there worried about you. And you aren't an outcast. Aren't we your friends?
That's easy for you to say, given that you're travelers. Will you two continue to stay at the academia? When you leave, tragedy will repeat itself. Return, number 36. You know as well as I do that comforting words don't make life any easier.
Ilyas? Why?
You two are just as arrogant as Alhaitham. You think that
feel like we're
everyone
not
should be
as
like you and live according to their own truths. But you don't realize that most people simply want easy lives. I allowed number 36 to leave the hive without his memories only because I knew he would eventually return. This proves that I know more about human nature than you do. Alhaitham, do say a word or two. I will consider them as your last.
I made those words quite clear a year ago. The model you presented was extremely unstable. No amount of garish packaging will change its fragile nature. It can't be helped. If you were clever enough to realize those problems, then you would have been aware that the hive changed when Ilyas returned to this collective consciousness of yours.
There you go. Wait, hold on.
What?
What's happening?
I'm so confused.
The collective needs motivation to execute its plans, just as machinery requires energy to operate. That's why you, as the Overmind, synchronized your hatred of me into the collective, prompting them to create and execute a plan to eliminate me. However, when Ilias returned to the collective, his memories and emotions were shared with the rest of its members. This includes his perception of me.
Thanks for that. You know, you don't seem like such a bad person. Strange, isn't it? Why did I have those thoughts at that time?
This contradicts the hatred you had provided them, and these two differing emotions will give rise to new conflict.
So that's it. Wait, so you knew that Ilias would return to the hive? And then you pretended to keep him around just to fool Siraj. Wouldn't expect any less from you, Alhaitham. Once the collective consciousness bugs out, we'll take that opportunity to... wait. It's back to normal already.
Alhaitham, I told you. You're too arrogant. Did you really think that your little scheme would be enough to destabilize the hive? Ilias's return had indeed introduced abnormal emotions into the hive, but such a meager drop cannot give rise to waves. Your struggle has been in vain, and it's time to end it. Allow me to show you what makes the collective consciousness so formidable.
Oh, Shrupsies.
So many monsters. Where did they come from? And something feels off about them.
I also integrated monsters into the collective, though I ranked them last. Even so, they are part of it. Despite their lack of intelligence, perfect cooperation can be achieved, much like soldiers who have undergone strict training.
Actually, kind of
now then,
impressive,
drown in endless waves of monsters. You will all pay for your ceaseless arrogance.
Hey, Alhaitham? Your plan didn't work, so what do we do now?
I've already sent my gift to the collective. It'll take some time for the recipient to receive it. You two just need to brace yourselves for the nuisance in front of us.
Well,
Rubbing my greedy mitts together. More Alhaitham fight. We don't have a team for Alhaitham, but we've got a team. Ugh. I'm still loading.
I'm here. Stay clear. I'm the frying pan.
Take flight. Embrace the ice.
Here you are.
Alhaitham isn't that bad of a person.
Trying to figure out what this
But it has to
does.
be done. He must be eliminated so that we can evolve.
Whirling snow.
You see? That is the will of the collective. Even with the hatred gone, they continue their work. An external anomaly cannot shake the collective's stability.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to bet money on that? Oh, that's so cool, actually. Ooh, get over here.
Animal test 6308. Stand clear.
You freaking dingus, stand clear.
My apologies. Kamisato out. Sumetsu.
Yeah, dingus.
For much longer.
He's a lot tougher than we imagined.
Something's gone wrong at the Academia. The march.
I don't think Diona could. I'm silly. Hold on.
Scratch. Nice and spicy. Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Whirling snow.
Easy peasy.
What's going on?
Lemon squeezy.
What's with this sudden influx of information? Silence! As the Overmind, I command you!
Oh, there's more. Hold on. Excuse me, lads.
Can't handle your drink. Absorption test. Animal. Out of the frying pan. Into the bucket. Take flight. Sakura swirl.
Excuse me, lads. Needed to stop. Well, that one stopped at the very least. Time to figure out what this does.
The process of elimination. How is that possible?
Whoa, no! This is bad!
Error in our judgment?
The will of the collective
I
cannot
definitely
be wrong.
have not fought this thing.
Must have
Not
made
to
an
know.
error in his judgment.
But Siraj is the most intelligent among us. He is #1. His judgment is the optimal one.
Is that true? Not necessarily.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You know you want to come over here. Ugh. I need to stop. Oh. That concerns me less than anything I thought that she might have done.
Sakura swirl.
Easy. See? Just dodge. Ooh, special cutscene.
What have you done?
Calm down. Don't you have an easy way to figure this out? You were only designated as number 36? What a shame. From what I can see, your talents merit a smaller number. Putting aside the validity of the data, it is meaningless to judge individuals based solely on their jnana energy.
What you said to Ilias has now become a memory shared by all members of the Hive. I see it now! You've channeled and amplified their selfish desires! You're trying to destroy my Hive from the inside out!
Human minds are not infinitely pliable, and your hive has stretched many of them to their limit. Once your authority as Overmind starts to wane, it won't be long before your subjects snap back. Is it worth living here like a machine? Being a tool for the rest of my life? As soon as one person begins to have these thoughts, selfishness, doubt, and fear will propagate, thanks to the web of consciousness that you built. At this stage, your so-called hive has already fallen.
It's not over yet. I am the Overmind! There has to be a way!
It's too late. Once the desires of the hive accumulate, beyond a certain threshold, they will kill their king.
Wouldn't have suffered such a disgraceful defeat if I was the Overmind.
My numbers shouldn't be so far down the list. Siraj is a liar.
This isn't what we agreed to.
I should be the one in your position.
God damn, folks.
The hive shut down?
It's over.
What happened just now?
Members of a collective consciousness are more likely to reach a consensus because of their shared memories and emotions. For example, Ilias did have differing perceptions, but he ultimately followed the collective consciousness's judgment. However, this system is far from perfect. Based on this logic, the collective consciousness will generate an intractable diffusion effect upon encountering negative emotions.
Selfish desires.
The disturbance that Ilias caused wasn't for naught. It made the collective question the Overmind.
Setbacks in the plan further amplify doubt, which diminishes the Overmind's influence. This inevitably causes the collective to generate negative emotions.
Apprehension, disappointment, panic, avarice. These negative emotions can be very well hidden, as humans generally do not share completely transparent channels of communication. But in the hive, where there are no secrets, negativity can spread like a tidal wave. Of course, what I said to Ilias was the trigger for all of this. A few words were enough. Believe in the power of words, Siraj.
You were already thinking of a way to destroy the collective consciousness. Even back then, you knew that Ilias was the bait all along. But how did you know? Since when?
I knew it from the moment I saw him. Moreover, I never looked down on you. My opinion of you has always been objective. You have a naive view towards the concepts of collective consciousness and human evolution, but you are intelligent and disciplined. You would never let a test subject escape. Mistakes like that are beneath you, and you also won't leave any mistake without a resolution.
I never thought I'd hear those words come from you. But if you're saying that out of sympathy, spare me. I know very well that you've never viewed me as an equal. When you were with us, you always had a distant look in your eyes. You don't need to hide it. I know it better than anyone else. The arrogance that comes with being a genius. Nobody likes being treated like that.
Your perspective is entirely born from your habitual way of looking at things. From your perspective, you probably think I'm like you, someone who doesn't fit in. However, I've never placed myself on a pedestal. I just want to distance myself from meaningless noise and look at everything objectively. On the other hand, you have failed to come to terms with who you truly are. You care too much about winning and how others perceive you.
You mean to say that I'm the arrogant one here?
Is that not so? Arrogant and emotionally fragile. You view people as a simple, mediocre collective, while you regard me as one of your kind.
Regardless, I have lost. You can take me back to the academia and stand trial.
You will stand trial, yes. But arresting people isn't in my job description. I'm just an ordinary staff member. I believe it is the General Mahamatra's duty to escort you away.
He's been here the whole time! I'm going to...
What are you doing here?
I'm going to piss myself.
I followed the symbols. Looks like things have already been settled.
Symbols?
I left a similar picture in my letter to him, and I made several similar symbols on the way here.
Wait, what do you mean you left a letter? Oh, Paimon remembers! When Paimon first saw you, Arav said that you had left a letter for Sino. So you really did know that something was up with Ilias from the start! You lied to us too!
It'd be best if you didn't spout nonsense. I never employed any mode of trickery on you. By the way, I came across some information at the Academia a few days ago. If you practice the method discussed therein, your vision may improve. Do you need it?
Seriously? This guy. By the way, Sino, Paimon heard that Siraj sent more people to the Academia. We can't let those jerks get away!
Don't worry. The Matra have started screening suspicious persons, and we've already arrested many of Siraj's associates. This was likely one factor that caused the Hive's consciousness to waver. Everything went as you predicted, All-Hatham.
Good. Seems like the interesting part is already over. I'll leave the arrests to you all. See you.
Bye-bye forever. Is the boys.
And off he goes. There still are a lot of test subjects here, so let's stick around for a while.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Look, there's Sino. Sino. Tuck's hair behind
no.
here.
I was involved in all these plans to get rid of the acting Grand Sage? What came over me? How could I do something like this?
We were accomplices without knowing it. But I'm afraid that Alhaitham might pressure the Matra into giving us heavier sentences. Whether he's the scribe or the acting Grand Sage, we can't afford to offend him. It seems our future at the Academia will be full of uncertainties.
We can discuss the future later. Leaving the collective left me with a strange sense of guilt. I didn't feel anything towards Alhaitham at first, since he wasn't well known. All the opinions I heard about him were negative, though. Siraj made us hate Alhaitham, and we blindly accepted that hatred and thought of him as a bad person. From how things look, we've done a lot of irrational things.
I guess we're getting what we deserve. Could you help us apologize to Alhaitham?
Sure. Paimon will help you tell Alhaitham. But whether he chooses to forgive you is up to him.
It's okay. No matter what he chooses, apologizing will make us feel slightly better. If he chooses to remember this, we're prepared for our punishment.
It's time to go.
Let's go.
And away we go.
So, were they all duped? We can ask Alhaitham about that later.
Looks like I can't exist as Siraj number 36. Yet, my life as Ilyas goes on. When I was at Gandharvaville, I thought about whether I should just come forward with the truth. But I didn't have the courage then. So in the end, I lost my sense of justice, but I also wasn't able to conform.
Ilyas?
Don't be sad. I'm the one who deceived you. However, I didn't come out of this completely empty-handed. The moment the hive collapsed, an idea popped into my head. I realized that the collective I was always trying to fit into wasn't as powerful as I had imagined. Understanding that gave me courage somehow. Perhaps one day I could be just like Alhaitham and not care about what anyone else thinks.
You can do it. Paimon believes in you.
Thanks. Well, I should get going. I'm one of the primary suspects in the case, so I'll have to receive my due punishment. Can you keep this a secret from my parents and my sister? I just don't want them to worry. Also, please apologize to Alhaitham for me. Goodbye, you two.
All the test subjects have been taken away. I'll have my subordinates seal the place, retrieve all documentation, and destroy the system. Are you two hurt? I brought bandages and hemostatics.
Aww.
Paimon's fine. Just a little tired.
That's
Get
not
some
cute.
rest.
That's just thoughtful. That's what I
Hatham
meant.
is probably waiting for you at the entrance. Go see him when you're done here. Watch out for any of Siraj's associates who might still be in hiding. If you encounter anything you can't take care of, come find me at the Academia.
Okay, you stay safe too, Sino.
Yeah.
Let's go meet up with Alhaitham.
We did it. Slurping. Slurping. Looking around. Well, this was fun. This was fun. That was a good special cutscene, in my opinion.
The matter's settled. We can return now. I actually thought it would have been settled sooner. This took much longer than I expected.
Okay, alright.
Judging by your faces, it seems like you two still have some questions.
That's right. I'm quite curious.
I respect your curiosity, but I'm off the clock now, so I'm not going to field any questions.
Aw, gee, thanks. Appreciate it.
We're not your colleagues.
You couldn't tell that was an excuse just now?
What What? Are you kidding me? You're not leaving today until you explain what happened back at Siraj's secret base.
It's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it?
See ya.
Hold it right there.
That's so funny.
Are you done? Your behavior is reminding me of some other people.
Stop changing the subject.
It's too much of a hassle to explain everything from the top. You know what? Come with me.
To the Emerald City. Sorry.
Too.
You'll know when we get there.
Weird. A million fucking miles away. Where did you go? To Sumeru City. Which makes sense. Gonna have to grab that teleport, that Statue of the Seven, soon. Gotta do that off stream. I almost did not pull out my glider. What's up? What's up, baby girl? This is Alhaitham's house? No way. No shit. No way.
Is this your home?
It's really nice. It's so nice.
Yes.
What's with you all of a sudden? Being all polite and inviting us over?
Ah, you're back. Quick, come help me see if this painting's all straightened. Huh? Who are they?
Stop making a fuss. They're obviously guests.
You're not from the academia, are you?
No, we're not.
I'm unsure she's seen you before. You're that person from that time in that one place.
Very descriptive.
Wait, what? How do you know me? Oh no, do people know that I live here?
Do people know that I live here?
You're embarrassed only now of all times?
Oh, you guys are roommates!
Oh my god, and they were roommates.
Yes we are, but keep that to yourselves. Please, don't tell anyone else.
I keep a few books on collectives and the subconscious here at home. I'll get them. You all chat in the meantime.
We get to chat with Kame!
Hey! You're leaving just like that? What's the deal, Alhaitham? Sorry, I know we've only just met, but I have to ask. Are you, you wouldn't happen to be actors that Alhaitham hired to pretend to be his friends, would you?
What?
What?
Guess not. I've never seen him invite friends home before, so please excuse my surprise. You guys get it, right? You know, with his temperament and stuff.
But aren't you friends with him?
Strong word.
I wouldn't say friends exactly. Okay, well, we used to be, but we're not anymore.
Hmm?
Don't worry about it. My name is Kaveh. I'm sorry to have met you under these circumstances. Anyway, please don't say anything about me living here.
You seem like you got a lot going on. So maybe Samora will make Paimon shut up.
Are you serious? How could you? Ah, of course. You're Alhaitham's friends.
What? That was a normal response. You exposed your own weakness.
You exposed you.
Still, why do you have to treat me like he does?
Judging by the deafening din coming from the living room, you all must be getting along quite well.
Entertain your own friends, why don't you?
I'll leave the books here.
Skim through a few pages, but the context are too esoteric and difficult to understand.
I'm dizzy from reading. This is way too complicated. Why don't we just ask questions instead?
Yeah, good idea.
Paimon wants to know, how did you know about the collective consciousness's weakness?
A year ago, Siraj presented his thesis to the Grand Sage, who offhandedly asked for my opinion. I actually responded with 2 lines of reasoning. The first, as I've already said, was that his research was on human evolution, a subject prohibited by the academia. The second was that I thought the direction of his research was too extreme, but his approach too conservative.
Wait, that's too conservative? He built such a large lab, gathered all those people, and even tried to get rid of you!
One way to stabilize a collective consciousness is to remove the test subject's humanity altogether. The optimal solution to achieve collective consciousness is to focus solely on the overmind and treat the other test subjects as tools.
That's way too dangerous. You're not seriously considering that, are you? 'Cause, whew.
I'm merely stating the facts. If Siraj had done that, I would have felt his work to be just as senseless. It's impossible for any species to evolve overnight, and humans without their humanity cannot be called humans. That's why the academia prohibited research into human evolution. Most research of this kind tends to run contrary to evolution.
Huh. Paimon gets it now.
Ha! That's rich coming from you. If humans aren't humans without their humanity, then you'll probably evolve into some other species in another decade, I wager.
What about you? Are you going to devolve into a fungus?
At least I'd be a fungus with empathy. Sorry for eavesdropping, but what happened to you guys? Are you in trouble?
Sort of. We encountered a strange researcher that had it out for us.
Are you all okay?
To be more precise, they had it out for Al Haytham. We just happened to be there.
Huh. So that's how things went. Such is life. If only he'd known, Al Haytham could have stayed indoors today, and the whole thing could have been avoided, right? Plus, he could have helped me with the housework for once. See those books? They've been sitting there waiting for someone to sort through them for an age. If you're not gonna read them, tidy them away. They don't belong there.
Can you feel the awkwardness in the air? I hope you're aware of your lack of conversational skills.
Oh, so the pot's calling the kettle black, is he? Well, having said all that, are you okay?
I'm doing quite well. Much better than that painting you're trying to hang on the wall.
You don't understand anything. Stop criticizing my taste in decoration.
Kaveh seems to be upset again.
Paimon can't tell which of them is more problematic. Let's just get this over with and leave.
I blame your curiosity, Paimon.
You whisper very loudly.
Yeah, Paimon's been told that.
Yeah. Do you have any more questions?
Let Paimon think. Oh, by the way, the other researchers apologized to you. They hope that you can forgive them.
I bear them no ill will. More accurately, I don't really care about what they think of me.
Yeah, that
To some
tracks as well.
extent, they were also fooled by Siraj. The Matra will take this into account at their trials.
Ilias also said that he wanted to tell us the truth at Gandharvaville, but he didn't have the courage. He apologized to you, too.
It doesn't matter. I never considered asking him to come forward with the truth. Judging from his experiences, he's more courageous than the average person. There's no need to lay even more criticism on him. Criticizing the brave only shows how weak you yourself are. I'm going for dinner in 10 minutes, so I'll field one last question.
Paimon doesn't have any more questions. How about you?
What were you actually interested in, Al Haytham?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. You only started investigating with the Matra at the Academia because you were interested in something, right? But after meeting Siraj, it didn't seem like you were interested in him or his experiment.
I had no interest in him personally, but I was curious as to why so many people were willing to form a collective consciousness with him. I now understand the reason.
Something to do with the current atmosphere at the Academia, I suppose?
Correct. The fall of the sages and the shutdown of the Akasha terminals deeply affected the Academia. The fact that Siraj's project attracted so much interest despite not being approved speaks to the lack of research projects as of late. As the acting Grand Sage, I'll have to figure something out. In addition, what happened to Ilias is worth our attention. Reporting academic fraud was the right thing to do. He didn't deserve the outcome that he had received.
Paimon understands now. Oh, you're pretty serious when it comes to work, huh?
I think minimum viable seriousness is a more apt description. I'll do my best to take care of this mess until my resignation is approved.
Wait, your resignation?
Yes, I've already submitted my resignation to the academia. Soon, I'll resign as the acting Grand Sage and go back to being its scribe. I don't think Siraj knew about that. If he had waited just a few more days before acting, I would have already resigned. What he'd do then wouldn't have been any concern of mine. However, even without my input, his unstable model would have collapsed for some other reason, so it makes no difference.
But why do you want to resign?
I'm not suited to be a sage, nor do I want to be one. The official process to select the new sages is already underway, but this process is long and takes far too much time. If I serve as acting Grand Sage for too long, the position might become permanent. That would be troublesome. This job isn't something I want to spend the rest of my life doing.
You have a pretty clear direction for yourself.
It's important to keep your priorities straight. Well, it's about time. You too should grab some dinner as well.
Oh, now that you say that, Paimon's kinda hungry. See ya! We're gonna grab some yummies!
Goodbye.
See ya.
We did it!
The name Siraj doesn't ring a bell.
Ooh.
Was he in your class?
He isn't someone who would leave an impression, so it's expected that you don't remember him.
I've always had a hard time appreciating the way that the academia pressures people by labeling them as geniuses. But even so, the academia can't be left to you.
Even so.
Or perhaps I should say that I'm delighted to see that you have a base amount of self-awareness. If the people in the academia haven't gone mad, they'd know that I'm much more suited to be a sage than you.
And I suppose they'd let everyone know that your career as a sage will be as shaky as that painting.
Again, that's mighty rich coming from someone about to resign. In a few days, you'll be managing files again. You'll be back at rock bottom.
But my salary will likely stay the same.
Wait, what? How come? Why do you get special treatment?
At least I don't have to be an architectural designer who works himself to death just to get a smile from his client.
You... I took time out of my day to clean the living room for you, and this is the thanks I get for it? I'd have been better off catching up on my work. I still have designs to finish.
Make sure to pay back the rent you owe me. I'm going to buy some furniture with that Mora.
What? Are you trying to annoy me to death? The decorations you buy keep getting uglier and uglier. What's the point of having a boring wood carving in your house?
You'll have to blame that on my financial freedom.
Fine. Go ahead and hide behind your financial success if you want. But if we forget Mora for a second, do you have anything of true value to boast about?
I think I'd have too many choices, to be honest. You, on the other hand, can you think of any redeeming features at all?
Artistry, for sure. You don't know the first thing about interior design. Don't go off buying random furniture unless you take me with you.
So I'll have to bring you along and then buy you drinks?
Of course.
Of course.
But why would I do that? It would just be another form of a loan, and you'd have to pay me back eventually.
Can't you just be nice and not ask for the Mora back?
Pretending that you're not in debt is as ridiculous as pretending you're not living in someone else's home. Word will get out sooner or later.
Speaking of which, your friends won't say anything, right? Tell them to keep all this a secret.
Oh, for
There's
sure.
no need to hide it so carefully. I think the truth's already out. You're such a lightweight that a few drinks at the tavern had you spilling all your beans.
Beans.
What? No, it can't be.
Beans. There they are. Huh?
The name Siraj doesn't
Oh
ring
no,
a
I
bell.
played the
He
same
isn't someone
cutscene.
I've always had a hard time
Damn.
appreciating the way that the academia
Let me
pressures
in.
people by
Let me
labeling them
in.
as
Let me out.
geniuses. But even so, the academia can't be left to you. Or perhaps I should say that
This
I'm
is- I
delighted.
messed up. I messed up real
Again, that's
hard.
But my salary will.
Wait, what?
It was a really
At
funny
least I don't have to be an
conversation. Love
architectural
it. Don't
designer
need to
who
hear
works
it twice.
himself to
though.
death just to get a smile from a.
And then this really long thing where we just watch him shake his eyes.
Time out of my
Make sure to pay back the rent you owe me. I'm going to buy.
What? Are you trying
And
to
they
annoy
talk
me?
about
You'll
their
have to
ugly
blame that on my
furniture.
financial freedom.
Fine.
I think I'd have too many choices, to be honest. You, on the other hand, can you think of any redeeming features at all?
Let me out.
Artistry, forced.
So I'll have to bring you a.
Of course.
But why would I do that?
Can't you just be
pretending that you're not?
Speaking of which, your friends won't say anything, right?
There's no need to hide it.
What? No, it can't be.
You fool. You absolute dingus. Okay, now we're going away. We're not going in there again. But I will... Hold on. That's the way out. He was... No, he was here. Yeah. Okay, the painting he was putting up. Can't go in here. Can't go in here. It's a nice house. This is a nice house. To be honest. Don't go in, but just take a peek in. Look, he's got a camera too. Why does he have a camera? Maybe it's Kave's. I would believe it if it was Kave's, to be honest. Okay, I don't think that's all of it though.
Strange. Paimon's heard lots of people talking about this academia extravaganza thing earlier. Wonder what that is. Maybe there'll be fun things to do there. Let's go to the academia and have
I think that's the event that unlocked. This is so exciting. I need to go to the Adventurers Guild. Hold on. Thank you for reminding me. You're welcome. Anyway, as soon as I collect my things from the expedition, that's it. That's Alhaitham's quest. That's the little thing, the intermission thing. We did it. We got it done. And now we have the event to do, which is so exciting. Look! Yeah! Okay, perfect. Depending on how things go, I might actually stream it later tonight because I'm really excited. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't have any concept on how long this is going to be honest. And I might not take it right off the bat, to be honest. We'll just see how things go. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go for a walk, probably. And I will see you guys later. I will make sure to keep you updated. If you haven't already, please make sure that you join the Discord. It's going to be a much easier way to keep track of everything. And that is all I have for now. I might see you guys later tonight. We'll just see what happens. Bye-bye forever.